Hey guys, what's up? Oh man, been excited for today. I uh I was not feeling the greatest yesterday. I was a little worried, and so last night I made sure all my orcs were up to snuff. I did get ahead a little myself, and I forgot a step, and it's on my big boss dude. I was spray painting it with the varnish, and all the wires that I said I was gonna do, completely forgot. I completely forgot all his wires. Um, Not too big of a deal. Honestly, I could probably do those wires. Well, I can do them post varnish because it is gonna be at the post varnish stage. Um, but I could just like he's gonna be kind of like the last I build up, so we might not even get to him today. So I might during the week I might like paint up his wires, throw a little varnish over them because I need the shade to like really be smooth on his wires and stuff. But they're ready. I got them at least all my dudes. I have how many orcs do I have to that are I have 7 out of the 9 that are ready. Um, I didn't touch my Burna Boy. He's still just like how you saw him last stream. Because I still have to fix him up, and I wasn't feeling good enough yesterday to actually do it. But yeah, so I don't even think I'll get through. I'll probably focus on the infantry guys today. Um, yeah, you can tell they got kind of a slight shine on them, but that's going to be good for this phase. And that shine is not going to stay there um, once we're done painting and get the shade and build up the hues and the midtones and the highlights. They're going to get a matte varnish, which is a protective coat, but it'll take the shine away. So that shine is just like temporary. Because the shade needs to fall in the recesses, so when you have kind of a semi-gloss finish, it allows all like the material and the pigmentation and like stuff to actually like slide and not get caught in the matte texture of the paint. Because it kind of acts like a miniature sponge, and it it's frustrating. um so yeah, my orcs might look a little weird and shiny, but that's all part of the process. They're actually a lot shinier than I actually expected. Um, but it's all good. It's all good. They look really great. I'm super excited for them. Um, I'll show off my big boss dude when we switch over. But I think we could get right into the right into it. What do you guys say? Um, the one cool thing that I do like about these varnishes um, is they really do help smooth out and enrichen the enrichen is that a word, enrichen. um I'm looking for my tweezers. Where did I put those guys? But it does something to the color where it makes them pop a little bit. I'm always losing my tools. Wild. And hold on. Like, yeah, this is weird. Where did I literally just had you guys. Um Hold on. It's the mystery. We're going to start out with this kind of a mystery going. It was in stream. It was like on camera, and I think I moved it because I was a doofus. Oh, hold on. Steps are forming because I cleaned out my wet palette, and I used tweezers to take them off. So tweezers are MIA. But why are they MIA? Where did I put those guys? I hope I didn't like toss it out with the paper. That would have been silly. I don't think I did. But jeez. Oh, this is typical. This is typical me, though. This is like what I have to go through all the time. Is like I use a tool and then it gets completely. Give me 1 second. I'm glad I'm not doing this while crafting. Give me 1 second. I have to check my trash to see if I threw my tweezers out with the paper. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Very odd. Interesting. Very interesting. Did I pocket them? What did I do? They're my best tweezers, and I'm always losing these guys. It's wild. It never fails. I bet I left them on the kitchen counter. I bet you that's what happened. I bet you I left them on the kitchen counter. Oh. Well, let's just get into crafting then. And of course, my cat's screaming and crying. Maybe you ate those tweezers? Yeah. Alright, so I'll show you what kind of happens when you put the satin varnish on. You can actually see they have a bit of a shine to them now. And that's going to be really important for this next step. It kind of looks tacky. It doesn't look the greatest, but this is actually I think I went a little too heavy on it, but it's still good. It'll still act like that waxy surface that I'm gonna need. It's a pretty good even coat, so that's good. I honestly actually don't even know why I varnished my my squig, because he doesn't really need it. But yep, this is kind of what we're dealing with. So here, I'll get a couple of these guys up here. Sorry, actually, I'm not even seeing if these are zooming in. I'm just kind of like cycling through my dudes. Now, this is kind of like an extra step. I didn't used to have to do the satin varnish for my dudes until I switched to Army Painter. And it's nothing on Army Painter's blight that they did this for their paints. Their paints just like dry really, really matte. And that's fine. It just requires that if you do any kind of shading techniques and stuff, and even honestly, even with their speed paints, I would suggest doing like a satin varnish. You're gonna kind of need to do that step of let me just make sure I got my other shade. Where's my yellow shade? Oh, my yellow shade is not with the other shades. I don't know why they did this. The yellow shade, it comes in this bottle, but all the other shades come in bigger bottles. So like they don't make, come on, camera, in not the same size. This is a 6-ounce bottle, and this is what, 8-ounce? They say 0.4 and this is 0.6. Something doesn't add up. This can't be 18 milliliters and this be 24. No. But it said, oh, okay. It says 0.4 ounces. This is 0.6. Weird, but then it says this is 24 milliliters and then this is 18 milliliters. Am I missing something? How's that math? I don't know. Regardless, let's get to it. It is hot as balls out today. Not really, but like comparing to like, hey, winter, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 20 degrees. Now it's like 65 degrees. So it's like, and tomorrow it's even going to be 70, so. But it's sunny, it's beautiful. So, good burp, dude. My doggy gave a great burp. I don't know if you can see his face. Let me see if I can. He gave an amazing burp that I could hear through my headphones all the way over here. So he's an amazing burper. All right, let's get some tunes on. I don't want to blow out my eardrums, so let's not do quite that loud. All right, so the things I really look forward to, some of my go-to shades. Oh, I don't want Sterling Mud. Sterling Mud, you're not a shade. I want Agrax Earth Shade, Reikland Flesh Shade, and maybe Null. These guys are actually going to be put off to the sideline because I barely use them. It'll be very situational. So my usual go-tos for shades are actually these brown tones. And the one thing I love, I haven't tried Army Painter's shade set yet, but they kind of do the same thing that these guys do. I have my very, very dark, desaturated brown, which is, I use this more than I use Null Oil. And then I have Seraphim Sepia and Reikland Flesh Shade, which are kind of like the same hue, but one goes more of like a yellower, browner, kind of like a dingier, and the Reikland is more ruddy and like red. So it depends on what I'm trying to pull. Sometimes I do overlap them on metals. So I feel like Seraphim Sepia is a little bit thinner too. It's not as punchy. So we're just gonna get into the shading, and I'm gonna attack all the metals. Then I go usually after the leathers. Like leathers and metals are usually my first go-to, and then I'll select out like clothing and base that off of like what color is involved with, you know, if there's blues or if there's warm coat. There's a lot of variables in my choices of shades and stuff. And as you noticed, I completely changed out my sponge. I was kind of a gross moment. I was peeling off the parchment paper and I noticed it was sticky. And I'm like, oh no, that's not good. That's not good. I've had the sponge for like 2 years. I have a bunch of quarters underneath that are like pure copper quarters, and that helps fight mold. But when I saw that, I was like, I might have an issue here. So I took the sponge out, I cleaned out my wet palette, and sure enough, I had just the beginning spots of mold growing, like just where the coins weren't affecting. So I trashed the sponge. I had 3 more of these guys. This is why I love Army Painter's wet palette, is because I pre-bought a shit ton of their supplies to like keep getting parchment paper in the sponge. And so I washed it out and I replaced the sponge. I got a new parchment paper. So we're gonna we're kicking it off on a good step. You know, starting all new stuff. So let's get this shade on. So this shade is like really cool. You see how it starts to get into the corners and kind of bring out this like cool hue involved. Here, I gotta get. So basically it gets into all the recesses and does a bit of like a dingy shade color. And I'm gonna be doing this actually kind of a multiple amount of times with multiple shades to really like punch out like this worn, rusty metal color. And this will be happening for a lot of the different elements of this miniature. I'm actually excited to do the whole like the heat shield for the barrel, because that's gonna come out cool. Now usually when I have 2 seams touching like there, I might dab a little bit extra shade just to kind of like get some cool hue differential. Ooh, hold on. It also will drip in a way that you have to kind of pull it and let gravity do the work. So there's a couple of things when you're doing shades that you have to think about. And that's pulling, that's being able to manipulate the liquid into the recesses. And also knowing if you put too much is to dab it, like take a corner of a paper towel and be able to like take away some shades. So you always kind of want to go lighter, and sometimes I don't always do that. Sometimes I get very excited, and I'm very excited today to do this. Like I said, this step is always the step that transforms a miniature, especially if you're doing it in this the flat coat phase. Come on, camera. Don't. My camera's like not wanting to cooperate today. Yeah, so you can see like now the gun is getting, it looks like a little bit worn metal. The metal is a lot more interesting, and we're just on the first phase. We're not even, I haven't even gotten into like, it's not even my final form. Now, this is kind of like how I learned how to paint. Like when I started to get like figure out painting and stuff, this was the method that like was kind of your typical, I don't want to call it amateurish, and I don't want to call it like easiest, because it's not easy. It does take a lot of skill, and more the skill of patience than anything else. Um, but it is probably the most common way to paint, or at least used to be. This is kind of like an old school way of painting. Um, I still think it's very viable. There's steps involved that you don't want to just do this and throw shades on. Again, it's like speed paints, where you don't want to just like throw the speed paints or contrast paints on and call it a day. You want to build up your hues, your midtones, and your highlight values. But that's gonna be after these shades take in and kind of dry and stuff. We're gonna then move on to that, but we're gonna be doing this probably most of today, if not all through today, because I have to go through the miniatures in cycles, and sometimes these shades take a bit to dry. So I want to get, gold is going to be a little harder to manipulate, so it might need a few coats. But really, I feel like it's going to be really reactive once I get the Agrax Earth shade. The Agrax Earth shade is going to really draw in the recesses and the shadows, and that's why I love it. And it's not as like dirty or desaturating as Null Oil, which is just the black shade. So I really try to, against popular opinion, I do try to stay away from Null Oils, just because um, it's a very desaturating shade, and I don't want to make a shade and get rid of my colors. Like I want to, you know, especially with my color scheme of especially with my very like gray tone color scheme for the goths. I'm actually picking up like these dry chunks of, because I see what I'm doing. There's like dried up like shade on my paint pot, so it's like picking that up, and I have to make sure it doesn't dry onto my miniature. So yeah, you can see like it gets just like, it's just slightly, ever so slightly, um, manipulating, giving like a gradient shade in some of the recesses. It's the first step of the build up, and I always do the lightest like Seraphim Sepia step, because it's the least impactful step. of the shade. Um, Guys, I've been looking forward to doing this step for like 3 weeks now, so I'm kind of like having a hard time like explaining this without just being like wee, because this is my favorite part of this type of painting and shading process. Um, it's the point where like all your efforts and stuff making these flat tones uh, come to fruition. Are you asking me what's going on or straight? Oh, come on, camera. I just cleaned you too. Like this is what I get for treating my technology well. There we go. Ah, all right. I actually want to hit this wire too with the Seraphim sepia because especially towards like the connection points, I kind of want this like almost orangey dinge to it, and that might take a couple of coats. So I'm actually gonna coat the whole thing and pull towards the edges. You're not gonna see too much of a difference right now, but once that shade dries, the like next steps like seem to um, just punch what you're doing a lot more. And I'm using that term a lot, punch, because we're trying to like get these colors to be a lot more interesting, a lot less flat, and you want it punchy. You want these little details and these little characteristics, and the shade really does a good job at doing that. And the reason why I didn't clean up the blacks on the armor is because your shades won't really be affected uh, by the blacks. So when I go to clean it up, um, uh, the black armor is going to be more affected by my highlights. So it's going to be like a cleanup and highlight phase for the black armor. Um, Kind of a crutch, I'll admit. Going black armor, that can be a little bit of a crutch, but black armor has its own challenges too. Um, because it's such a not great color to use. To make black interesting for armor takes its own know-how, and I'm not saying I do know that know-how, but I've done black armor before, and you have to like not stick to just gray tones and hues to make it interesting. So we might get like this slight cool gray or slight cool blue. Maybe I've even seen with like turquoises and kind of like sickly pale greens of like highlighting um, uh, black armor. Mm, my sinuses are really bad. If my camera continues to be this stubborn, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But it's even more stubborn than it's been in previous days. And all right, one thing I did forget um, is to actually throw. Oh, that's not the orc I was doing. I did forget to throw a little bit of Seraphim sepia in here in his in this orc's leather. But it's also because Seraphim sepia isn't gonna affect it that much. But I should go back and get it in the recesses. I got a little too excited. But that's okay. That is okay. Yeah, that's all it needed for that. Let's do that for this dude too. Let's get the Seraphim Sepia in these recesses. I think a big mistake is relying on one pass of these shades too, because again, like, the more you do it, the punchier the shade gets, and it can make your shadows really interesting if you do multiple passes. Especially once you like have like a bit of a layering system with your shades. Like, I won't just be layering this in Seraphim Sepia. Sometimes I do one or two passes of it. I have to wait for it to dry, which some of it is starting to. But it really, like, I have to like gauge it once it cures if I'm gonna make it more of like a ruddy hue, or if I'm gonna just pass it over with another like Seraphim Sepia. Like this, I'm gonna hit with a Seraphim Sepia, and it actually separates this from the bicep, like, or the tricep in the back. Ooh, come on. Oh, this is gonna get me. Technology sucks, and it's always against you. Don't trust a clanker, that's what I say. Alright, so yeah, so right back there with the tricep, getting that like kind of browny hue to like do a transition from add more lights. I do have more lights. You want me just bleached out? It's gonna suck. And it's not gonna be lights. If anything, I think it would actually make the camera struggle more. Because, I mean, I literally have a light circling this camera. You can't get more lit up than this. At least I don't think you can. I don't think you should. But anyone who has knowledge on lighting, let me know if I'm incorrect or not. I don't think Gunstar has any knowledge on lighting. I think he's just awaiting for my demise and failure at this point. Alright. Cool. Let's set him aside. If I have to go... Oh, actually, he's got a little metal chin piece that needs a little bit of rust and dinge. Alright. Kind of looking over, seeing... Oh, yep, I missed the back of the blast plate. I want to get that. Let's see. And... Gunstar, I don't even know what you're saying at this point. Oh, yeah. Trust him because I'm a viewer. Or he's a viewer. Yeah. Alright. So, let's get a little bit more right there. And we'll move on to the next. This is going to be a lot of batch painting. Very, Actually, I should probably just outright do this, because we're not at the highlighting mid-tone phase. This camera, is it the... This is weird. It's, I mean, I've had it be frustrating to me at times on stream. I haven't had it this frustrating. But glad you're here for it. Glad you're here for my most exciting day, and my technology doesn't want to work. That's okay. That's part of life, really. Adapt and overcome, and not scream bloody murder while it happens. I do that off screen. I guess it's the worst was when I had all my programs were failing like 5 minutes before stream. That was probably worse than what my camera's doing today. I can probably forgive my camera a little bit. I still have to get at the Orks nails though. So the nails are going to be kind of a process in themselves. I was thinking of in this shading phase, the nails are actually going to probably be the last step where I attack them quite a few times with some Nuln Oil. Um, because I want to get them kind of like this dark shaded talon, like just these dark claws in a way. And then I'm going to hue them a little bit differently in the mid-tone and highlight phase. Alright. So now that this little piece of metal fastened onto the pauldron, I'm not worried about that it getting onto the black armor, so it can get really I can be a little heavy with it. Let's get I have to be a little careful like when I'm applying to like the shirt and stuff, so I'm just like barely getting at the edges. I'm not letting it bleed over too much because the shirt is going to get its own separate shade. I'm probably going to do a very desaturated blue meets Nuln Oil, honestly, because that shirt's like a very cool gray. So getting a little bit of blue into the Nuln Oil will make the blue punch a little more instead of just looking kind of like gritty and dirty and desaturated with the Nuln Oil. That's my plan for that specific part. And what's cool about shades is you have a little bit of playtime. So if you see that you do, like I just did it on the shirt after I said I didn't want to do it to you guys, but I was able to like pull it away. That's kind of like what's cool about it is you have a little bit of playtime to manipulate and pull the shades. Um, yeah, I love this phase. This is probably out of the whole painting experience the most like cathartic because you get so much change for like such little effort. Um, and it really starts to bring your miniature to life, I feel. Did I get under that? Alright, let's get at his boots. But yeah, if I you would actually see this stain a little bit more if I didn't do the satin varnish. So that is why they're shiny. It might look like, oh dude, this dude's an amateur. He's like painting with like these glossy like tester paints, and it's like no, that's not the case. That was actually a choice. Um, was a choice to make it glossy. There's a whole step I had to do. But I'm excited to show, because like after this it's like then I'll um we're like 75% done, probably more like 80% done on these miniatures. um and it's like this is the phase where most of your steps, even though you're throwing the broad strokes of color on, and you could arguably say, yeah, I mean, changing it from black or gray miniatures to colored miniatures is a big step, but I'm really not even all that excited until it's like I'm throwing these shade values in. I feel like that's what really brings it to life. Oh, jeez. Well, don't obliterate your phone speakers for my case. I always do that with when I'm putting on music in my car. Sometimes I'm always like, I forget that I blasted my music, and I blow out my eardrums when I start up my car, because deathcore has to be played loud. You don't play that as I'm playing it very quietly in my headphones, but I'm also trying to talk to you guys, and I don't know if you guys have ever tried to talk while like listening to really loud music, and it's like, it's not good. You don't pronunciate your words correctly. I barely do, as you may have noticed. Um, but yeah, it's even harder for me when I'm on headphones. I it's like bomb went off in my ears, and it's like I can hear bells ringing. But I am so happy with how these orcs are coming. I can't tell you how excited I am. I mean, I've been telling you how excited I am, but like this is such a big monumental step for me. Um I'm really bad when it comes to completing and finishing my orcs. Oh, not my orcs, but my miniatures in general. I buy, I collect, and then I say I'm gonna paint something, and it doesn't happen. Um, so like this is awesome that I'm seeing a war band finally come together. Ooh, I like the Seraphim Sepia on the bronze. It's giving like this kind of like variation, like this coppery. Yeah, you can see it on the camera. There's like this coppery hue now that I actually really fuck with. I really fuck with that. That's awesome. All right, let's get these cleats. God, he has cleats. That sucks. Why did you do that? Yeah, the black armor and stuff is gonna help. I'm just like slathering this stuff on. I actually just saw that I forgot a little metal, the like the other side of this. Did I do that on? Yeah, I did it on both sides of both feet. So, as much as that sucks, I can't really go back, and I will try to fix it in the highlight phase. So, uh, yeah, oopsie poopsie. You got like there's just that's the thing with miniature painting is there's so much you have to like remember for each model, and you forget stuff and make mistakes. But like if I went through this miniature, I mean, you guys seen how much I pick up each miniature and work on it. If I haven't seen it by now, it's going to be hard for other people to notice. So when I go back to do the highlights, I'll like sneak it in. Um, like I'll sneak in a little bit of highlighting and stuff, and no one will be the wiser except if they watch my Twitch channel and realize what a sham I am. I never claimed to be the best miniature painter. I'm not. I'm a casual miniature painter. But if you also are a casual miniature painter and you don't want to be bombarded with all the hey, you're not into miniatures if unless you paint display miniatures, then this is the channel for you. Because this is for casual gaming and painting. My Knolls will be a little bit more on to the side of display miniatures, which will be interesting. If you're like willing to see kind of what that takes, what the process of that is. And granted, I say display miniatures with you know with a little bit of a grain of salt. Like I'm nowhere near into like winning national tournaments with them or anything. But it's mostly I paint those Knolls because my love for the Knolls. Not so much that I need to paint something great with them or win a tournament. I'm actually pretty confident. Like if I did a local tournament and stuff, and I put those down, I might get lucky and win that with them or something. I'm like at that level. Like I would put in for like local tournaments and painting tournaments, but not not like national. No, forget. There's way too many people who are a lot better than me. But the Knolls will be fun. Those are like, even though I have at least I think 6 more miniatures, I have to pull them out. Maybe I'll pull those out after we do like towards the end of this stream. Maybe I'll pull those guys out because I want to see what I have to deal with. They're not my next immediate project, but I do want to do them pretty soon. I dare say maybe even after I do some terrain, because I'll probably spend a stream or two doing terrain after my orcs are done. So it'll be a few weeks. But I do want to like start mentally preparing of like what's going to be involved, how many I'm going to take on. I'll probably do another 3 Knolls. 3 Knolls at a time seems to be my limit when it's at that level. Because my last 3 Knolls took me like 24 to 25 hours like doing those 3 of working on. But there's a big difference is I was figuring out a lot of stuff with those Knolls. So there was a lot of like experimentation, a lot of like color theories, a lot of color mixing, and that gunked up a lot of my time. Now that I have that all written down, I'm going to be referencing my paint scheme card for that. And hopefully that'll save some time. Plus, I kind of, even though it was a year ago, I kind of have that bit of practice and know-how under my belt. I'm not as afraid or timid to kind of tackle them. So that, I think that makes a difference. I think that'll change up things. Oh, thank you so much, man. Yeah, we're at the shading phase. I've been telling everyone here, they're probably sick of hearing it, of how excited this part of miniature painting I always am like looking forward to. And it's kind of like the type of painting that I grew up learning with. Is like you do your flat colors and then you do your shades and then you do your like mid-tone highlight build-up. And I feel like it's a very like good way to start out miniature painting. It teaches you like 80-90% of all the techniques you need to do. You really learn how to manipulate paints and shades, and you make, you know, for what it is, you make really um good miniatures, you know, especially up for the tabletop, like tabletop quality playing miniatures. Because yeah, I've explained like display miniatures you don't really want to play with. They're for the display case, you know. So I do make a difference between doing display miniatures, and I don't like doing display. Um, as much as like I'm into it as an artist, like I also like get the stuff to play. Um, and yeah, that's where my nulls are kind of like in between. My nulls are kind of like in between like display and play. Yeah, a display miniature. I don't know. We'll come up with a better name for that. Um, but yeah, I kind of would like to do. I don't know. There's so many miniatures I have to paint and that I want to do. Like I really want to do my mutants because they go. I also have a mutant warband for the same. Like this is not a test. Like 40k uh, theme. All right. So now I gotta pull this. I don't want that shade to like build up. I guess. Yeah. That's maybe pull that back. So yeah, if you're doing shades, don't be afraid if like your application is like, oh, that's how it's going to be forever. Like you have playtime to pull that color. I love that. I'm even wondering. I don't know how retarder works for shades. I've never tried it. Um, I I I don't know if it would work for shades too much. That's something I'll have to experiment. But I wonder if you even have more playtime. But I've never felt with shades that like I didn't have enough playtime. So I've never really needed to do that, I guess. Let's get these kind of nice dingy yellow kind of shade in there. Yeah, that'll be good for that. You're a miniature? I'm not sure what you want me to do with that information. If you were a miniature, what miniature would you be? That's a fun question. What would miniature would you want to be? Let's even say like I brought it up before, like Indian in the cupboard situation. Say you're a living miniature, Toy Story kind of situation, right? You could be a miniature. We won't keep it to 40k because even I wouldn't be a 40k miniature. I mean, maybe, but that's not my first go-to. I think many of you know what I would be. Um, I want to hear what your golf. You would be miniature golf. You're spicy today. You know that you're being spicy. But you also don't play miniatures. You're a card flopper. Yeah, yeah. I'm calling you out. You know that meme of stalker, get out of here, stalker. It's like, get out of here, card flopper. I'm kidding. I'm teasing you because you're coming at me hard today. Like, you're being extra, Gungstar. You're being extra. And I bet you're sitting there, what do you mean? I feel like that's what you're doing right now. Oh, I gotta get attack these skulls too. Yeah, I have a skull that I forgot. So yeah, doing this is where you're gonna see some cool shading. So you see that skull getting that shade in there. This is a fun. The one boring thing about skulls is redeemed when you throw these shades on them because they really react very very well to shades. So as much as you guys saw me suffering making these boring skull colors, which I feel skulls like, especially in a game that is just like skulls everywhere. Um, it's kind of boring. I get a little tired of skulls, honestly. Um, and but when you do get up to like that shading phase, they gotta look badass. It's the one redeeming thing. But yeah, skulls can tend to be overdone quite a lot, especially in 40k. Especially in 40k, skulls everywhere. Everyone has skull trophies. Everyone doesn't, you know, get rid of their dead. Everyone, corpses everywhere, and it's hard because 40k kind of like is in this realm of like super serious grimdark, but also like kind of this tongue-in-cheek parody a little bit of the time. Like, they try to take themselves seriously, but then they also don't, but then they want you to, but then there's like silly elements like orcs. And yes, even though orcs have like skulls and stuff, they're very silly. They all have like these cockney accents. They're all like these dumb brutish guys, but like they have some like the best philosophies too. Like, you know, if you ever go on YouTube and like check out like the philosophies and vibes of orcs, it's funny, but it's also kind of like inspirational because they don't care. They just live for a good crump, and they don't have, you know, hard feelings. They don't get butt hurt. They encourage creativity, and they want you to find like the strength to go on and fight and crump, and it's kind of actually like really good vibes. But whenever I'm sad, sometimes I put on an inspirational orc speech. There's a guy on Instagram, and I don't know if he's done voiceovers for the games and stuff, but he does like a whole orc like persona, like voice acting kind of thing. And he does like these inspirational like little bits, and it's actually hysterical but awesome too. If you guys know who I'm talking about, my buddy, figuratively uh, artistic, who comes in here, Jace, he always sends me orky stuff like that. I think Tanis Runner has done that too. But it is a Monday, and it's hard to find the people willing to hop in because Monday work days are kind of like the slowest work days. Like, even I got 9 of you guys in here so far. At least that's what my program says. We're just trying to get some of the shade on here. Boom, boom. And this is just the first of many shades to go on. I'm gonna probably do a second pass on Seraphim Sepia on some of my other dudes. Again, just for that punchy factor. I might not. I don't know. This is the thing, is I have to see how they look once they're dry and assess the situation. Like, not even model per model piece. It's like each model needs, like, I need to look at each part by part for a model and be like, okay, that needs to be a little bit more punchy, but that came out good. So it's very involved. I'll say that. There's a lot to it. That's why, like, I kind of think we're gonna be here pretty much all stream throwing these shades on. I don't even think I'm gonna get into my mid-tone build-ups and highlighting yet. But I do think, like I said, I think there's definitely going to be one or two more streams of me doing my orcs before I finish, and I think, like, those streams are going to be what, like, the midtones and highlights, because that's the last step, really, is the midtones and highlights. And I am also thinking of, like, okay, my war boss is kind of his own thing at the moment. So, yeah, I can't say. I may be highly underestimating how much longer I might be taking, but I will admit my endurance for these orcs are nearing an end. Even though I'm so excited for them, it's like I definitely want to be moving on soon. I mean, I've put a lot of hours into this warband just in stream alone, and you guys haven't even been there for when I... Ooh, let me get that focused. And you guys weren't even in there for the beginning of me painting this warband. You guys kind of came in, like, when I had the skin already done and all that stuff, but... Whoops, I went a little heavy on the Seraphim Sepia there. That's okay. I'm going to just pull it and not re-dip. Actually, I'm going to allow that, and I'm going to suck it up with my brush. So that's something, too, is you can redraw it back into your brush if it was too much before it cured, which is always cool, too. I hate doing that because you're basically wasting shade, but it happens, and that's okay. But Games Workshop shades are expensive, so it is kind of like, oh, I just wasted like 12 cents in that little stroke. You know, it's not quite that drastic, but almost that drastic. Alright, what else? Oh, we have, oh, I think I did attack these before. Yeah, I did. Is there any metal bits I missed? Like, kind of that ring right there. Oh, he is falling off his base. Or the paint handle. Oh, there's a couple things. There's that ring I forgot, right? Ew, yep. I just did it again where I put too much shade. And then there's a skull on his base. Now I'm actually going to pick up one of my orcs, the normal orc boys, because there was a skull there I saw I missed. I just want to hit this guy everywhere that I want to. I forgot some of these bolts here. Okay. Which orc or orcs had skulls? Also, that's another thing I forgot on my war boss is he's got a couple of skulls on his base, and I completely forgot the skulls too. So I may not even touch my war boss today, just because there's a lot of mistakes or things I forgot on him. Yeah. So I'll show you. Let's get this. I'll show you my mistakes where I let uh, my excitement get the better of me. There's a skull right in there. You can kind of barely see it. Um, no, come on. I know he had like an absolute metric fuck ton of skulls. Did he? Is that literally the only skull? Oh, that's not that bad. But well, I did mean to like paint all these wires and cables in the back, and he's got like a wire right there that I forgot. Um, and so that's kind of where I'm like, eh. But if you guys want to, I actually forgot to kind of like show his facial detail. I painted his tongue, I painted his eyes, and I painted his teeth, and I painted the grot. And I wonder if his teeth are like separately painted a little bit. Um, they kind of look bad on camera, in all honesty, but uh, I'll get like a separation. I'll like take a thin brush in there, and I still have to like make his eye look like it's squinting. I'm gonna do that with like a very surgical application of Null Oil to build that up. But yeah, I mean he does look good. Like I could probably do some stuff and like on him, but like I want to like paint his wires, then just hit it again with like a very quick splash of um, varnish. I don't think I actually have to hit my squig. I might actually get. Let's see. Let's get. No, you know what? I don't want to hit my squig with any Seraphim Sepia. If anything, I would want to go with the Reichland Flesh Shade to get more of a ruddy. I want to get like around the teeth and maybe slightly inside the mouth to make it like the void of his gullet, like kind of deeper. So I'm not gonna hit him with anything. What we want to do is we want to go back to our first orc we started with. Let's see if there's. Ooh, yeah. So, and I'm saying ooh yeah in a good way, not like a oh yeah he needs like more work. If this will, let's give the camera. Yep, there we go. So like you see like in the corner of this how like nice and like rusty and like kind of like it dulls down. We got a lot of good tones in there that I was hitting, and I think we need to actually go, instead of hitting it with more Seraphim Sepia, I almost want to hit it with the next step of shade, because like it is at a good point. Like maybe the drum is a little meh. Maybe that's what we'll do. If I'm looking at something and being like, that could have been a little more punchy, then what we're going to do is we're going to make it more punchy. Right? That was the whole point. So this I'm doing more surgical applications into the corners and like where I want things to look separated. Things weren't as impressive to me. Um, and that is like the whole point. You can be really, really kind of precise and surgical with this stuff. Let's see. Gas ghoul. Did you just literally call Gazgul gas ghoul? He is kind of a gas ghoul. Like, you see the frickin' engine that is on his back? Actually, I can't actually deny that he is a gas ghoul. Um, but yeah, if I was a miniature, going back on that, uh, I would definitely be one of my gnolls. You know that. I know it. Oh, around these spikes could use. You know what? The spikes are definitely something that I found lacking in that Reichland flesh shade, because they honestly, because of the shape of them being a cone, the like all the pigment of the shades will just like drop like towards the base, and kind of I feel like spikes are definitely one of those things that will need uh, double application, which is perfectly fine. It's perfectly okay. So the only thing I'm not throwing Rusty Shade is actually his piercing. Even though I could make it a Rusty piercing, I don't want to give the sense that these guys are actively giving themselves tetanus. Um, so I'll probably keep their piercings still kind of clean looking, especially because being in the green, that warm tone of the green going into the rusty piercing is actually going to make the piercing get lost, and I worry about that. So I am going to make it a stark silver, like with null oil or black, you know, uh, outlining to make it punch a little bit, because they're so small. And the reason I'm explaining that is for maybe when you guys paint your own models, that might be something you guys might consider being like, oh yeah, I remember DJ making a point of that. Maybe let's like mull that over and think about that kind of stuff. It's really just like a method and process of like, you know, your decision making when it comes to painting your miniatures. So now, again, with the Seraphim Sepia, I'm like trying to get the shade underneath the fins of these rockets. I felt like I went a little weak for the pass of these the first time. So I'm gonna just hit them again. And I only got like in between these little grinded out uh, areas of that, because like the rest is good, but like I wanted the pitting of the grinded out plating to like look like it's building up moisture and rust even more so. So that'll make it interesting. The electric box is good. I want to hit the okay. So now you're gonna see actually the shade hit these wires a little bit better. Now that we're gonna throw on a second shade of the Seraphim Sepia onto this yellow, and now you're gonna get kind of like this orangey, almost like kind of like roadside worker, been used a while, like that hazmat kind of yellow. And that's kind of what I want. I want it look used and dirty. So we're going to pull towards the connector points. I may even hit a third layer of that to really get a nice gradient. And so we're going to keep a watch on how my uh, rocket launcher boy basically dries with his Seraphim Sepia. I want to get around. There's a couple of spots on him that didn't get as vibrant as I would have liked. So he's definitely a model that's a good candidate. Let's get around the bolts. His spike came out pretty good. Let's get behind there. Let's get under his chin. Let's see. Oh, is that a oh, auto mod. Thank you. The auto mod has been actually doing pretty good when taking out bots. Bots, mods and bods. That's I don't know. I'm so engrossed into orcs right now, I can't even be bothered to do English right now. By the end of this project, I'm probably going to be talking in a Cockney accent, just like the orcs. It happens. When you're painting orcs, you're just like, oi, boss! Oh, I forgot to actually even do that little thing in silver that I think I wanted to do. Let me see. Uh-oh. That's going to be another thing I'm going to have to go back and figure out then. Let's see. 3D view. Oh, they don't have that. That's another thing. Oh wow, this whole thing they changed up a lot for this model where it's different. Wow. That's weird. That's really weird that they did that. They took your job. Well, I mean, you're still gonna need to be there if someone says something and I'm not catching it right away. I'm gonna need you to snipe it. But we're all very close knit here, so it's not. I don't have hundreds of people talking. I don't know if I'll ever get to that level of Twitch streaming, but that would be cool. Alright, is there anywhere else? Probably maybe around his patches again. I think his patches could use a little bit of a tint. So that's actually a really cool look. And then when I get the Agrax Earthshade in there, it's gonna even be more so punchy. All right, I think that's good for getting him set up. So moving on. Oof, I hit my head against the thing. I'm so excited to do this. I can't. You know what? I'm so excited. Let's take some more Red Bull. Mm. My microphone cover needs to be cleaned. I got a bunch of fizz gig hair that has made it up its way into my microphone. Alright, so yeah, the second pass, making those bullets like get really nice and punchy. So you see how vibrant they're getting now. That'll be cool. And when I get like a little streak of highlight, it it really turns the miniature into like a vibrant looking thing. And this is like how when you see some of these things, people are like, how the hell did they make these like so vibrant? Like they get into all the little crevices, and a lot of it is like tricks like this. And some people will even paint it. And I like, could I paint it this way? Yeah, but we would be sitting here for like 15 more streams and I'd be taking a lot more time. That kind of stuff, if I ever get to that display miniature of painting, honestly, I don't want to be a display painter again. Like, I know that's what makes the big YouTube views and stuff, but like, I'm trying to actually, my goal as a streamer is actually to be opposite. I want to reach out to the people who are getting into this hobby and letting them know you don't have to be there. Those display miniature painters who are saying you have to paint this way for tabletop is actually not true. You do not have to paint that way for tabletop. I want to be an anti-gatekeeper in a way, and a lot of them, that's not their intent. That is not their intent to gatekeep and make the hobby scarier. They are in it, just as I am for myself. They are very artistic and talented miniature painters. They want to show their craft and their art. They want to like commission, Patreon, and that is what keeps them going. Not crapping on them. But what it inadvertently has done is when the new player comes into YouTube looking up tutorials, they find the display painters, and it's very scary and overwhelming. And in my 26 years of being into this hobby, I've never had someone be like, hold on, it's okay. Let's bring it down a notch. Here's how you could start. Here's how you could start really well. And it doesn't take all this crazy stuff. Get your starter equipment. Probably the one thing that I find is very important more than all is your wet palette, under 20 bucks. The Army Painter wet palette is probably the best I've ever seen. Hands down. I've dealt with a lot of wet palettes, and this is the one I've settled with. It's very convenient. It's not a big one, right? So that's probably where I find it hindering me, is it's not a very big wet palette, but I don't have a huge space here, so it kind of actually works for me. Another thing is, I know this scares everybody, but the airbrush. I paid $75 for this whole kit. I actually got a different airbrush that came with this. This is the airbrush that it came with, and it's a dual action airbrush. Really good. It comes with a cleaning kit and everything. The only reason I don't use this is I broke the little nib that the needle comes out of. The thread got broken in here, and I have to take it out. Because I bought new... I forget what the piece is called, but I bought new ones, and they were, like, weaker, like, brass or something. I should have bought the steel ones. That was my bad. But now it's more accessible. You can get those kits for, like, 50, 60 bucks now. Get your starter, only figure out, like, your army paint, your scheme. Get a few paints, get a few shades. I really like your brown tones, and, like, get a Nuln Oil. Like, I think you could get away with not doing a Nuln Oil. I would also get a shade that corresponds with your color. So if you're doing, like, ultramarines, don't get Nuln Oil. Get like a blue shade or something. Or get, like, the speed paints from Army Painter, or get contrast paints and use them almost like kind of what we're doing is these surgical applications of shades. It's not that much. It's not that daunting in comparison of things when you go to, like, these other YouTubers, and you're just like, oh god, I am completely out of my element. No, you're not. No, you're not. They are just way ahead in their field, and it makes you feel that way. But doing these orcs are basically like, even like beginner painters could end up doing. Now, granted, my beginning paint jobs looked nothing like this. I had no guide, no help. Even the person who got me into 40K and stuff offered me no advice on painting, and it was kind of a jerk thing to throw me into this and destroy my future wallet and kind of leave me hanging. But could have I done some of these steps if I had known early on? Absolutely. Now, granted, even so, when I started 40K, shades weren't a thing. They had these like ink washes, which were horrible. In one of my previous streams, I was talking about the inks that were used back in the day, and oh man, they were hard to use. You basically had to, like, repaint your midtones, like, everywhere. They weren't as translucent as these, so it was very, very difficult. It was very difficult to use. I think Stray remembers my Eldar that I was doing in the that flesh tone shade on all my like Wraithbone colors and stuff. Like, yeah, it like stains the entire piece, and you have to go back and really clean it up. I still have some of my tanks that I did that, and it was so discouraging that I just like left them. Now I would probably just strip them down and redo their whole paint. I've debated doing that with my Eldar, but some of those models are ancient, and I'm not sure if it would be appreciated using a lot of those older models, or if it would be like, dude, what are you doing? But I don't know. Oh, you know what? I forgot to give a little bit of a shade onto these trinkets and like little claw talismans. Oh, this was the orc that also I messed up the eye. So I'm gonna want to take like a little bit of a wash eventually and like sink it into his tear duct. This is the orc that I did that here. I'll show you if it'll. Yeah, you see in that tear duct, I got a little bit of orange. I can go back with a little bit of blue and mix that in, and thankfully because it's orange, we'll get like a muddy greenish color potentially if I'm predicting that well enough. I have been painting and mini applying small amounts of blue green paint into a small cracks on copper. Oh yeah, that's a cool effect. I have they do those now, like that oxidized like copper effect with that like turquoisey greeny look. That's actually Games Workshop and a couple other places have a technical paint that is similar to what I'm doing here with the washes, but it's a oh, I forgot. Ooh, I screwed up there too. I forgot to actually paint this front part of his blaster or his slug silver, so it's silver on the sides. But that's another thing I'm gonna have to just fix. But yeah, they make it a technical paint where it gets like in the recesses and stuff, and it's very like watered down, and it gives that oxidized look. So that's like again another thing that's like things you can reach out and get and have kind of like a not an easier time, but it's just done a little differently. You can do it with like just pure acrylics and doing like washes. I think I've done it mostly still to washes. I wasn't crazy with the technical paint that they came out to do that with, in all honesty. Same with the rust. I used the rust on this. I used the technical colors of rust. I'm not crazy about it. So in the final stages, I might go back with like a more punchy orange and like dab it along like very slightly, because I wasn't crazy about the the rust situation with the technical paints. I'm still doing a lot of experimentation with army painters technical paints. Um, some of their technical paints I've been kind of like meh on, but that's not, again, I don't think that's much as army painter's fault as it's just kind of like you got to find the brand that does what you like, and it takes a little bit of like time and funds and like experimentation, and it's not something immediately needed starting out miniature painting. um, but I think definitely when you guys like, if you ever, or you guys, meaning not immediately you guys, but like anyone who's getting into miniature painting, that's something you could build up over time and is not expected of you. And that's something I suggest like taking your time with. Get comfortable with the fundamentals, like the fundamentals we're kind of doing with these orcs. Um, and that's all I gotta say about that. So I'm just getting around these little copper teeth pieces around the bolts, kind of like I'm gonna focus around like the head of the axe here, where you still see the shaft poking through, and get in the corners here because like these axes are in war. They're getting bloodied up quite a bit. They probably don't, even if they do clean them up into their orky in their orky ways of living, they're still probably like gonna show a lot of like wear and you know corrosion and rust in all the little nooks and crannies because they probably don't sit there like me with all my swords and stuff like polish and stuff. They probably just take whatever rag and wipe off what's good enough, if they even do that. Probably use the same rag they wipe their ass with. Which comes up an interesting topic. Do orcs poop? Now, before you answer, you're going to be like, of course orcs poop. Anything poops. But these orcs in 40k are made from fungus. They're made from spores. They're like literally plant people. That's why they're so green in 40k. That is why they're extra green. Um, it's not like the Urukai from Lord of the Rings or anything that kind of come into like these like muddy tones, or the orcs from Lord of the Rings that come in like different hues of like cool like grayish greens to like yellowish like sickly yellow. Like they don't. That's why orcs are so vibrantly, and that's why I use the term like a vegetable like tone when I was putting in that yellowy shade, is because like they technically are living plants. Um, so do they need to eat? Do they poop? Do they pee? I don't know. They don't talk about orcs being hungry and needing to eat. Do they just photosynthesize? I don't know. It's a Baja Mountain Dew. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, what do I want it? Yeah, I want it, but I can't have it now. I'm gonna be sitting here for the next 2.5 hours. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no to that. So yeah, that's my answer. Not no. All right, let's. Oh, I forgot to do the bolts. This guy actually required a little bit more. I wasn't quite happy with his punchiness, so that's kind of why we're sticking on this dude. But I think I got it. Let's get under this potato masher grenade again. I'm liking the vibrancy of. You see how that shade gets like a little bit of that ruddiness into that copper tone, and it's a good look. It's good freaking look. All right, let's get. Did I do this? Why are you over here? No, I have not gotten at this guy yet. I'm gonna have to buy more Seraphim Sepia soon. I feel like the same as the last miniature goes for this knob, is like I feel like things didn't punch as much as I wanted them to, so I'm gonna spend a little bit more love and care on this dude than I was expecting. But yeah, the secret in this method of painting, which is like basically get your flats in, is most of the heavy lifting is done with these shades. Um, it does not require a lot of talent. Um, it just requires like your knowledge of like application and how to manipulate it. Um, Kind of like your color theory and tones, you should kind of know of like I'm definitely not putting. I mean, honestly, I would say I'm not putting blue shades on like this coppery tone, but honestly, like you could experiment with it. You might get like a really. I've never done it, but as I'm thinking of it in my head, you might get a cool effect if you did. Um, so it's not so much like don't do it, but know how to experiment with it. And the only way you're going to learn is by experimenting with it. I mean, shades are really cool to experiment with, I feel. That's why I went into doing like contrast paints and speed paints, and I like went immediately into like wet blending them, um, because they act like little, not little bit more punchy, very much more punchy versions of these like shades. And um, I felt like comfortable once I saw how like speed paints do work. I felt comfortable in just doing that and experimenting with that, I guess. That was the purpose of that side quest of a rant. All right. I also don't know if I want to make this eyepiece as rusty. It's his bionic eye. I put a little bit more, but I'm not going crazy with it. I want it almost to be like the same thing as the piercing. I don't want it getting lost in his green toned skin. I'm not happy about. It's not that I'm not happy, but the spikes around his shoulder pad need more punch. Everything needs more punch. And maybe that's the orc coming out of me. Everything needs more crumpin'. Those who don't know, they call war like and fighting crumpin'. So everything's just for a good crumpin'. They strive and look for just a good crumpin'. They love a good fight. And it's not about hate. It's not about, you know, it's not about grudges. They live for the fight. They just they'll start fights with other races because they think they're gonna offer them a good time fighting, not because they don't agree with their ways or anything. They just such a simplistic way of living. They actually say in 40K if orcs weren't so busy fighting each other and just looking for like something as simple as a good crumpin, and if they actually banded together, they would be the most powerful force in the universe of 40K. I think that's arguable to say maybe the Tyranids, because we don't know how vast the Tyranids are, the bug race of 40k, and literally the entire galaxy that they know or universe that they're in is completely surrounded by Tyranid forces. So they don't know if the rest of the universe has just been like swallowed up whole by the forces of that. And the only, I feel like, the races in 40k that can kind of outmaneuver that is the Dark Eldar, or the Dark Dracuri. What is their new name? Dracuri or something? They're the Dark Eldar. I'm still calling them the Eldar and Dark Eldar. Because they have their whole different, like, dimension, Kamara, I think I'm saying it right. And possibly Chaos, because they can go into the warp. But that's not exactly a safer place, but for potentially Chaos it is. But it's basically like, what's what's better in the universe than a surrounded by bugs and a doomed existence, being that the case? Hell. Hell is apparently better. Cosmic hell. So you tell me. All right, all right. I think I got all the parts. Oh, you know what? No, there's one little bolt I forgot, and that's right here and there. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's get. Am I happy with it? I don't know. I can't see myself stopping. Oh, there's another surface I forgot. God, I suck, man. I'm finding all these little surfaces that I forgot. That's okay. Honestly, it's like if I forgot and couldn't see it, chances are no one else is going to see it. But I will fix it in my build up hues, midtones, and highlights phase. Oh, I want to get the horn a little bit. I'm also, as you guys know, I'm really hard on myself when it comes to, which I guess is going to convey a mixed message of like trying to encourage, that everyone can do it, and here I am going like, I sucked, I forgot this one little detail that no one could see, and it's like, but that's just, I've been doing this for a while. I should honestly know better, but if anything, take it as a sign of endearment that like I still make mistakes. But these guys are coming out really good. I am severely pacing my Red Bull today. All right, let's get back at this orc boy. This is kind of like probably the last orc boy that needs like the second coat of Seraphim Sepia. We're gonna get into our Reikland flesh shades, see where we need some like ruddy reds, kind of like more of a red tone instead of like this kind of orangey brownish. That'll get like really nice, and that's got to be selective because like I don't want everything I did to have that ruddiness. It's got to be, again, very selective of where I want that. And more of my Agrax Earth shade is going to be more of a general application. I'll probably do that ruddy Reikland flesh shade like on a lot of the copper bits. That's going to make them just look more coppery. It's going to give like that differential hue tone kind of color. I forgot another little silver piece. That's okay. It's so little. I'm beating myself up on it, but it's because like I've been working so hard on these orcs. And there's a lot of pressure, honestly. Like, you guys are watching this, you guys want to see a good you know, uh, a good progression of these miniatures, and I feel like I'm failing you. When I find something, I feel like I'm failing you guys. Which I know you guys are going to be like, dude, it's fine. Like, chill. But do a flip? I'm not going to do a flip. You do a flip. You used to do a flip. You can't do flips anymore. Ugh. How about that? I've never been good at flipping, though. Never been. Never been great. You just can't land it. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, you know what? I've been getting that a lot too because like people say it's like it's not so much like as much as people like seeing me do art. Like, um, a lot of people have been very kind, saying like honestly, like it's me as a streamer that people are here to watch, which is kind of interesting. I thought here I am with the mentality of like I got to be a good artist to pull in streamers. I never even thought people would like me for kind of like my personality. I wish that was the case most of my life. Where was that? Where was that when I was in high school to help my self confidence? I don't know, but it's been very eye opening. Of people like, dude, you got a pretty good presence on screen. I'm like, thanks. I'm just being my ultimate ADHD goblin self that I've repressed all my life because I thought people hated it and made me super self conscious, and so I let that, I buried it down. I let it consume me. A lot of people think that's my origin story as a villain, but you know what? It's my origin story as an absolute chaos gremlin. Yeah, didn't expect that. Did not expect that. One day I was a broody little gothy teenager, and then I just became like I blame D&D. I blame D&D. It let me do crazy things, and I found that there's more joy in chaos. Because that's the most realistic thing, chaos. It's in our lives, whether we want it to or not. It's here to stay. And you gotta embrace it or be consumed. Yeah. Embrace or consumed. Let's see. What else do I have to do? I think this guy. Oh, let's see. One little bit. Boom. And on the inside of here. Let's get there. Cool. Sorry, I keep getting off screen. Cool. So he's getting pretty good. He's getting that little grime in, and you could leave it there. Like honestly, that's a good amount of grime. I'm pushing it. I'm gonna push the envelope because you know what? That's what I do. Now we're gonna save him for another time. So I'm actually gonna put him over here. He can watch in the background as I do stuff. Yeah, see, he'll look on as I continue to make his orc boys even better and orkier. This is going great though. Let's see. Let's bring back. You kind of got to do this in order because especially because these guys need time to dry. So let's see how well this guy. I'm not even looking at my miniature. I'm looking at my my streaming program to see how he came out. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, you can see around the drum we got a little bit more of that like rust and dirt and grime. Um, that this corner always came out really good, but I want to punch that even more. We got that side of the drum, which is really good. Um, yeah, so let's take some of our Reikland Flesh Shade. I'll be very selective with this. This is going to be even be more surgical. As you can see, I don't use this as much as the Seraphim Seep. Oh, that's Agrax Earth Shade. So the Agrax Earth Shade is. Wait, have I been using Agrax Earth Shade this whole time? No. Okay. Whew. I was gonna be because I don't know why I thought that. I would have been getting a very different color hue. So things I want to like use this on is like I said, all the coppers. It's gonna give a little bit more of a ruddy color, but I'm not gonna slather it on. I just want like hints of it. Yeah, right in there. Let's get cool. I want to get around this bullet casing. It gives like this slightly redder copper tone, which is gonna be great. Ooh, I have a fiber in there. I still don't know how people do this in like static free areas. You can do it in some seams. I'm gonna like look for certain seams and stuff to throw this on, but I'm not gonna be too heavy handed with it. It's just for that slight hue differential. I might go in my reds. Actually, I usually use Reikland Flesh Shade for my reds too, because that makes a like nice ruddy color, kind of like dirt in like a red tone. Um, that's what I did for my squig. So that's actually a good reminder. I completely forgot that, especially before I put the checker marks in it. I want my red to be very manipulated by that. I kind of want this in my leathers. Oh, I forgot Seraphim Sepia in there too. I'll go back and do that. So my leathers are gonna have this Reikland Flesh Shade, yeah, because there's this nice. You can kind of see that. Here, I'll get this zoomed in. More than the Seraphim Sepia, you see how it actually punches that brown. That's gonna be the Reikland Flesh Shade doing that. So that's good to think about, when if you're doing shades and stuff. Um, but I gotta be very careful I don't get it like into the green skins and stuff. I don't want it like manipulating that stuff because that's gonna show up. But again, remember, if you screw up, you can always pull it. You have time to like pull those colors. And oh, I forgot the loincloth. So actually, I'm gonna slather it around this bullet trinket and the loincloth because that'll help. And I'll probably around my clothes and armor. I'm definitely gonna want 2 coats of this stuff. So that's something to keep in mind. Oh, and in mouths, like where it's pink, I wanted that Reikland Flesh Shade to kind of blend. So I just dab it in there, let it kind of get in between the teeth and the gums and stuff, and that'll be okay. I actually want that to happen. Alright, next. Are you naming my orcs? Is that what you're... Oh, in your Krieg. Okay. I thought there were names for my orcs that you were giving. I still forgot to write down on paper. I haven't gone into Tabletop Simulator and pulled out the names of my orcs like you asked. I will have to do that. I do remember I named my whole force Black Thunder though. To be like the Hugh song, which is the theme song for my guys. Which I actually forgot to do another Seraphim Sepia. Should I try to do a Reichland? Oh, I could do a. Let me do a little bit of a Reichland Flesh Shade. Maybe that'll help actually. Getting a little bit of that ruddiness will probably push that to look a little bit more orange in the end anyway. Thankfully this guy has kind of a good amount of leather to throw this stuff down. So you can see I'm going back and dabbing a lot um, to fill my brush up some more, because like you are pretty heavy when it comes to shades, um, and your reservoir, your well on your brush definitely gets like dumped into your miniature a lot quicker than most like your acrylics and stuff, because it's a lot more watery. You have a lot more flow into it. So that's like something to you gotta like think about. So it is normal to go back a lot. Okay. I'm just thinking, what else do I have to do? All right. I do not want to do Reichland Flesh Shade for his patch on his back. So this is a quicker step just because there's not as much as to be lathered on. But the next step, when I get the Agrax Shade, that's going to be a more general application. I feel like Agrax Earth Shade is a very interesting color because it's a little bit more of a desaturated tone, but what it does is similar to like what varnish does. While it pulls in the darks and like desaturates a little bit in the darks, it also punches out colors in a weird way, and I don't know what it does. It's like this booster. So it does like two in one, where it desaturates in the shadow, but it boosts just in general. And I don't know how I don't know why, but I love it and I'm here for it and I abuse it, and I will I love Agraxo Shade. That's why I when people are like no oil dips, I'm like, I'd like, as much as I hate even the idea of dips, I'd much rather you do Agrax Earth Shade dips, because at least like null oil is not good for punching colors. It just darkens. Um, but yeah, Agraxos Shade has this wonderful ability to like punch colors while also darkening in the recess. It's weird. The leather is looking a lot more interesting. Getting the Reichland flesh shade in, it almost calls for like being a little ruddy, because like leather, unless it's like buckskin, leather is kind of like very interesting and has that ruddy hue tone a lot of the time. At least the leather straps, we're trying to go for like a very cool like belt leather kind of vibe here. There we go. Boom. Let's see, where else do we need this? Let's get a little bit more on this belt. Oh, I see. I gotta get it. Oh, God. Should have sub-assembled. It's okay. Honestly, shades are kind of your savior for like not doing sub assemblies, because sometimes they like, again, they do the heavy lifting for you, so like you can kind of dab in where you kind of lacked a lot of like detail and stuff, and it can kind of like draw and make that detail for you. It is kind of like a little bit of a crutch, but you're just using the tools that you have accessible to you. It's not rocket appliance. There we go. Yeah, this guy's looking cool. Let's get a closer look. So, see how much more interesting he's slowly. The metals are becoming more and more interesting. The leathers are becoming more interesting, and soon the clothes will too. So this is the most. That's why I think this is the most transformative step, because it just makes like what, even though you're applying flat colors, you're really making them thrive with these shades. And I love this step. It's a step, obviously, that I still use to this day. Um, it's not a step I knock or think anyone less for doing, because it just makes a beautiful miniature, and that's all. In the end, that's all we're doing. But when you're trying to do tabletop gaming, if you're not just solely a display painter, you're you just I feel like it's we're all on the same page of like, we just want beautiful playable miniatures. And I feel like doing these kinds of steps like allows you to do that as like just a kind of a casual gamer. Um, oh, I have to do all the leather too. Oh, this is the guy. I think I forgot to make those copper pieces on the sides of the boots. Oh, and I forgot a brown strap. Man, I'm forgetting so much. That is one of those things where I'll go back in one of my later phases and I'll fix up. It'll be okay. I've looked at these orc miniatures time and time again, and I was like, yep, I got everything, and I still didn't get everything. Do you guys, for viewers there who are also my fellow miniature painters, do you guys also go through those steps where it's like, oh man, I forgot this step, I feel so stupid? I feel like I definitely don't feel like I'm alone, but like validation would help right now, especially right now. I feel like it's definitely a thing. I think it'll get better as I paint more and more miniatures, because again, it's like almost like the more I get used to painting miniatures, the more my brain will be aware of not forgetting those things. Um, oh, I have another. Did I do this guy? No, I didn't do this guy yet. I thought I did. This orc in particular is special to me because he won me my. Even though it was the digital version, this same model and this particular orc I was able to use on Tabletop Simulator, and he won me my first game. So I'll always kind of gas him up because he was such a scrub. He really was not special. He's like one of those bare minimal rank and file dudes, and the fact that he still was able to win he was the deciding factor of winning a battle of mine. against Tanis Runner. It was a good battle too. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Um, I mean, I'm biased because I did win the match, but even if I didn't win the match, it was a really great fight. It got Tanis Runner into really liking the game, and um, I really want to play the Sonata test again with my orcs. And more so my orcs, because my orcs don't feel too overpowered. My mutants feel overpowered. I almost kind of feel bad, but I also really enjoyed them because I have avoided playing the mutant faction. And then, like, I made this mutant faction, and they're awesome. So, I kind of struggle with that, but I'd rather play, like, a more balanced game where, like, I know the stakes are, you know, not always in my favor. Um, my orcs, I'm running a very high risk, high reward kind of thing, with even just the sheer fact that a lot of them don't even have armor. I'm relying on their natural defense stat, so it's like I don't usually like doing that. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of orcs that I'm just running, and just kind of how they look. They're just like in these tank tops and stuff, and yeah. Whoops, I did too much Reichland Flesh Aid. I'd rather do, again. It's similar to when we're doing thinned paints. You want to do less in the first go, let it cure, and then do a second application. So that's like something to think about too, because this is, shades are kind of like deceiving in the way that, like, they may not seem super punchy when you apply them at first, but their pigment shows when they dry. So that's why, like, a lot of times I put these guys down and then I come back to them, because, like, I can't even judge what they need yet. Um, yeah. Yeah, my mutants currently are going a very Nurgle route. Um, they're cool, especially with the new mutants, like the I don't know, they're not really new. They've been around for, I want to say, a year, but like the Chaos Abominations and stuff, and they, like, I always said, like, Chaos really needs to really revitalize their, like, Chaos spawns and stuff, and, like, that kind of did it for them, the making the Abominations, and it's really working for my Necromunda cultists, and that vibe, but also, like, for this is not a test. It finally made me go in a direction that, like, I could make mutants. I have 3D STL files of, like, your general post-apocalyptic mutants, and they're okay. They're a little tongue-in-cheek, kind of cartoony looking, just ever so slightly. Not in a way that's, like, ruining, and paint can change a vibe a lot too. But um I definitely felt like I had more opportunities to have a thematic mutant warband for when we started doing Warhammer This Is Not a Test. And I kind of was like, man, I would love to do chaos. What would be good chaos? Oh, the renegade preservers, or the renegade reclaimers, they're called, which are basically, like, I guess in terms to understand, if you're not into 40k, it's kind of like an evil Brotherhood of Steel. Um, and they don't necessarily have to be evil. They're just a lot more arbitrary. Arbit arbitrary. Like, nothing will get in their way for getting, like, the technology and stuff. So, like, they're a lot less concerned about, like, the welfare of people around them. So it allows a little bit more of a evil play. I almost kind of think of like General Zod from Superman. I don't actually think, and granted, I didn't read the comics, but like at least in the like Man of Steel, like General Zod, even though he was a bad guy, he was still trying to be like a patriot to his people and go after what he thought was heresy. It like I don't think he was exactly so much evil in the intent of his people, but he was evil in the way he went about it. He was very like, I will kill everything in my way to and everyone who is har like harboring this heretic and stuff, and like to him he was still doing a good thing for Krypton and stuff. But like, so my point is it's like it's that kind of evil. I feel like in This Is Not a Test, where the renegade reclaimers like preserve technology at all costs, where the preservers are that kind of like same reclaiming and stuff, but they're not necessarily going it in a way that like we have to destroy anything harboring that. It's like, yeah, it's almost like the outcasts and the Brotherhood of Steel from like Fallout 3 and stuff, um, or like the different factions like of the Brotherhood of Steel are a little bit more zealous and extremists than some of the other sects and factions of Brotherhood of Steel. It's like that kind of difference. Um, so I was thinking like, oh, that would be good for chaos. I definitely think that would be cool. But yeah, I went for more of a cultist kind of mutant background, having my leader in the first edition of This Is Not a Test. You could give your mutants like power armor and stuff. In the second edition, you can't. They say like their anatomy like changes too much, which is fair. But I also feel like, well, couldn't they just like be creative to like mod it up to fit them? Like, can you just like not like reconfigure and scrap armor? And maybe not, but like I feel like it just is like, you know, an unneeded restriction. I think if I were to bring 40k into the second edition of This Is Not a Test rules, I would house rule that. I would say just like the size stuff that we do, we would probably house rule it. But in complete like unadulterated, like if we were doing like our own little post-apocalyptic vibes, I would definitely keep to the actual rules. But yeah, for 40k, we've done a lot of little house rule shit, especially for base sizes, because base sizes kind of go bonkers all over the place for 40k, that it's hard to stay in the restrictions that This Is Not a Test kind of requires. Um, so I kind of get a little loose and have like parameters you should stay in, but it's kind of like try your best, like kind of situation there. In the end, base sizes I feel like don't matter too much. It's actually up to your detriment to go a bigger base size. It's not so much like a dude with a bigger base size has a better advantage. I found actually the opposite. I found dudes with bigger base sizes can engage a lot of enemies, but that's not an advantage. That means you could very easily bite off more than you can chew with that situation, and it's not like you can just, you know, set up that. And like even just like the ergonomics of a larger base, especially when you have a very dense post-apocalyptic urban kind of feel, it's going to be hard to just get that model around in general. So that's all I got to say about that. All right, let's get. Oh, I need to add the Reichland flesh aid to this leather harness that's holding this almost like shotgun that this orc has on his back. I forget if I equipped a shotgun on him. I don't think I could afford a shotgun yet, but I think the plan is to have this guy run around with a shotgun and a two-handed axe. So he's like going to be... He's a brute, so they're really good in melee, so he's going to always be kind of close combat. So having a grenade, having a shotgun, having the two-handed axe, just he screams like, keep me in close range. Absolutely. All right. Oh, I have a little bit more. I actually forgot to put Seraphim Sepia on those as well, but that'll be okay. I might have to go around and do another pass of Reikland Flesh Shade. I can do it for the Reikland Flesh... Oh, I forgot to put it in some of these guys' mouths, like this guy. Let me go back and do that to this guy. Yep, I forgot to do that for him. Okay, I think I did it. Did I do it for my... No, I did not do it for my rocket launcher. I only did it on my first orc. I know I did it on my first orc. So, let's work on the squig now. We've kind of completely ignored the squig. And he's going to mostly get this in his mouth. It's going to really punch out his mouth looking too pink and get a little bit more of that fleshy tone in his innards, I guess, because he is kind of looking a little purpley. So this will help that. Yeah. And I kind of want to get it around, like, the base of his teeth into his, like, gums and stuff a little bit. That's gonna make like a nice transition with the paint and the gums and the red skin. I might have to like put a little bit more. I might go a little bit more heavy-handed with like the back of his throat with this. Okay, I kind of stained a tip of his tooth there, but that's not important because we still have to go back with like some of that tooth texture and like popping that out. So I'm not too worried about that. I guess what I could do is get another coat of Reikland Flesh Shade underneath him to push his shadows a little bit, because he's kind of boring, not gonna lie. The squig is kind of... He's a fun kind of model, but he's kind of boring being red. I kind of feel bad I didn't do like a peach, like a light skin peachish undertone for him. I don't know. I again, he's kind of someone I couldn't like sub-assemble, and I don't know how people work with him who have worked with him and how they were able to do it. I kind of want him to lay back for that shade stays into like the back of his throat as he dries. Okay. Did we do was that my second go at ruddy textures like the Reikland Flesh Shade? I can't tell. I can't tell if that was my second pass or not. Oh, No, you know what? On some of the red stuff, I actually do have to go and do second passes, don't I? Oh, so all this stuff takes time. All this stuff takes a lot of time. But yeah, let's go in and do quick second coats. I'm not gonna think about it too much. I feel like the leather is in dire need of a little bit more of this ruddy texture, and hopefully, what I'm hoping is because I'm not really crazy about how the leather straps are coming out. In all honesty, like they look good when they're wet, but then they've been drying out and not giving me a really. There's a couple of steps too that I'm also forgetting that need to be involved that I haven't forgotten to do. I'm just forgetting are going to be something that help is a even after the Agrax Earthshade, I'm still forgetting the sheer fact that we have to build up our midtones. What I'm forgetting is what these leather straps might look when I get the midtones back into their highlights, and then the highlights themselves might change everything of what I'm concerned about with these guys. So I haven't really considered that. Um, so that just might be a me issue right now. Um, that these aren't feeling as punchy just because it's like a trust the process situation. I think the belts and stuff are a lot more interesting looking than just flat, obviously. And I think I'm just kind of blind to it right now. So, and I think once we get the Agrax shade, that's gonna change everything. That's gonna really, I think, change my tune. We'll see. We'll see. We're almost there. I say we're like within half an hour. You'll see. Oh, I forgot to put Reichland flesh shade on this dude's loincloth. This guy's loincloth is actually really boring and flat, though. So, um, yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit on that white lightning bolt, unfortunately. Which he's kind of the reason I actually decided to call this gang the Black Thunder, because he's got so many like lightning bolts. Like, so I really like this guy, even though he's kind of a miniature that's going to be quickly swapped out because he's going to get like upgraded into heavier armor eventually when I can. Because he's got my rocket launcher and I don't want him to be as squishy. But I still like this. If anything, it's just like, okay, I'll get another orc that starts out like this dude. But who knows? It definitely pays to not go full heavy equipment for a lot of your warband. I've come to find if you can like invest and save up and stuff, like you're almost better off doing that. That was for you, boo. Oh, hey. I hope you came in and got to see that delicious burp I just, yeah. Yeah, we're just painting some orcs, man. Doing dorky shit. I'm glad to that you always hop in and say hi. Excellent. I'm gonna do a compilation of that one day. Well, that's okay. Thanks for at least checking in, man. All right. Yeah, I think the second pass of the Reichland Flesh Shade is definitely helping a bit. I think it needed it. It's very hard to see this like ruddy red on a pretty neutral tone brown. I think that's just kind of where I'm a little discouraged with it. Let's get it around this barrel again too. Get under. I'm actually gonna go a little heavier. Boom, 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 boom. Hell yeah. Nah, that's all good, man. All right, let's. As you noticed, I'm not using one of my good brushes too. What am I using? The Regiment brush. It's just one of the cheap. Uh, what do they call it? Synthetic brushes that they give you. They're not bad brushes, but like this is one of my beater up brushes. It's kind of in that in between where it like still kind of keeps a good tapered point, but it does like fray like slightly. Um, but it has a good well on it. So like for what I'm doing, that's why I chose this brush. Yeah, those are all little things that you need to think. So like people were like only use sable hairs. I'm actually like no, don't only use sable hairs. I still go to like Michaels or whatever brushes I get into like paint kits and stuff, and I'm still like using my beater up brushes. I feel like they're very not just important, not just can be used. Having beater up brushes are like essential. I don't ever do a project where I don't use a beater up brush. It's just like a brush I don't need it to stay perfectly clean, I guess. Um, yeah, believe me, don't don't bash like having like the synthetics because they definitely have their place. Um, Especially like I have some of these cheap little plastic brushes. Actually, this one, where is it? Oh, this guy's from Michaels. Um, Look how ridiculously destroyed that is. Now I have dry brushing brushes, but I still use this to kind of get like a very. Actually, you can actually see pigment still coming off of that. I don't know if it's coming on camera, but I if I need like fine like controlled areas of dry brushing, I still use that brush, and it is absolutely destroyed. I got like a actually Haley got that brush pack for like for me for like just a couple bucks. It's worth its weight. Um, I don't. Not everything has to be super expensive, high quality. I still really like my synthetics. Oh, here we go. I'm like trying to find where needs this Reichland Flesh Shade still. Alright, I think it's just around his waist that I want to get a. Yeah, I'm starting to see the leather pop a little bit better. It's a little bit of a hard transition and it's not a very validating one, but I think they are getting more vibrant. Here, let's see what you guys think. Let's get this guy really zoomed in. So yeah, the place I was looking at was like right here around the waist was like looking a lot better. So yeah, I think it's worth doing it. And when we get the mid tones and highlights, it's gonna be really, really good leather. I do. I just gotta keep telling myself that, or else I'll cry. I guess the most discouraging thing about this process, being that it is such a great beginner painter level, even to professional painter. Well, I say professional, like, again, for tabletop purposes, not display. But there's a lot of stuff I'll do in display painting that still uses a lot of these techniques. Um, but I guess the one thing that I guess is something that you can't really get rid of, that I guess gatekeepiness, is you gotta trust the process. And it's more of a morale thing and a patience thing than a talent thing. Um, and it can be very discouraging, but it's like something I have to tell myself is just trust the process. Just trust the process. And that's why it's important, when you do these miniatures. That's actually why I broke up the pacing of the batch painting. Instead of doing all 9 at one time, I'll do my orc boys like separate from my leader and all that stuff. Is you need to give yourself like little rewards. Is like, okay, that got completed, that feels good, and if you make your batch painting, like if you were doing like 20 guys at a time, it's harder to feel those moral, like, little rewards. um, and sometimes when you're thinking of efficiency and trying to get as much done as you can, what you're not considering is that morale booster of just, sometimes that's also worth considering in your. We were talking about like when you make like a time frame, like almost a timesheet for every little thing you do. What I never see is people like, making like milestone morale booster goals. Like, okay, that'll be finished and that'll make me feel good. No, it's like, oh, I got to get through 100 of these dudes before I feel good, and you're gonna burn yourself out. You're gonna burn yourself out. At least that's how I feel. Ugh, I am not feeling this song. I think I gotta change it. I have not been really into the Deftones lately. They just have not been hitting me. I don't know. Okay, that'll be a good one. All right. Hey, don't unfocus on me, camera. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. You want an orc? There you go. You got an orc. There you go. It wanted an orc. It missed the orcs. Just look. Oh, I found another spot that needs. All right. All right. Did I do? I think I did do a little. All right. All right. Cool. Cool. I'm happy with where. Oh, I need to. Oh, I have this guy in the squig left. Okay, I'm celebrating a little too early. Here we go. Yeah, that's looking good. Each layer you do of this, like, is nice. This is very similar to glazing. Glazing's a little different though because you get a different pigment curing and you don't have as much time to work with it unless you use like paint retarder. Um, but it's similar, but it's almost less rewarding than glazing because it's so opaque. You almost need to apply more washes, but it does work a little differently. Oh, I think I already did go over this guy, but I think he definitely needs another coat in some areas. Especially these belted areas, they look very, very mediocre. Yeah, and his harness. Ugh. And I'm like, oh, just slather this stuff on, but I gotta be, you know, very careful and pace myself instead of flooding my miniature with shade. I'm also not really happy on how his red elements here. They're not like they're not like pushing the shade in a gradient that I was really kind of hoping for. And maybe I need to flood it a little bit more. Maybe that's why. But you gotta be careful because you'll get like pooling effects similar to glazing where you'll have like these edges where they dried and it looks more like a coffee stain instead of a gradient. You gotta be very careful in practice um, and knowing what the balance is. And I have screwed up many a times, even on the knolls that I've shown you guys. I did that once. I don't know if I went back and fixed it. I feel like I did, but I had like a coffee stain shade problem because I flooded the loincloth, and in the corner I almost got like this ring, this coffee stain ring in my shading, and I think I had to fix that. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I've been showing that off, and I did fix that. It did not make me happy though. That was discouraging because that was like one of the last steps, and spending so much time on those knolls and then that happened was kind of really discouraging. Ooh, don't fall. Yeah, these paint handles are definitely feeling their wear, but that's my bad because like they've been on these paint handles for a long time. They've literally sat for like weeks on end with not being uh, attended to. So yeah, the life of the duct tape I have on them for them is like kind of going through it. All right, now it's just back to the squig. Let's see how his mouth is. It's still a little wet on the inside of his mouth, but we'll get a little bit more. Ow! I keep hitting my head on my camera arm. All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put a little bit more around his eye sockets. He's gonna need his eyes painted in pretty soon. I'll get a little bit more around his teeth and gums. All right. Cool. I think we're safe to say we're done with the Reichland flesh shade. That is our second out of the three main shades that we're doing. Now is the Agrax Earth shade. I'm excited for this shade because it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna really hit hard. I usually only do one coat of this stuff. Um, I don't know if I'll even use Null Oil. I might, like in really tiny crevices, but like I kind of really don't like using Null Oil. I almost want to save that for like shades, like the gray tone shades, like that I'm forced to use it. I'd really like to keep it to like a minimal. All right, here we go. This is gonna be punchy. So I'll show you at the corner of this if it, yeah, see how it like, I actually even want to pull, I kind of overflowed my brush. So yeah, see how it even like gets a little bit more, you can tell like compared to here to there, like Agrax Earth Shades for some reason will, is like, while it's darker, it's also like a color booster. It's really interesting. And I get like in all the recesses and stuff because it really makes like this, like the term of the day is punchy. It just really makes it like kind of go wow. We're gonna get in all the recesses. It's a great way to like make everything you did just look more shaded and pushed. Let's get a little bit into there. It's like that little lip around that drum, and it kind of sucks. So yeah, Agrax Earthshade is something I have to get more of soon because I am low on it. I'll probably get Seraphim Sepia too. Sorry, I'm just being a little quiet just because like I'm really invested in this. But this is just, it's a time consuming process. And now the Agrax Earthshade is not going to be our final uh, shade that we're going to do, but it is my most favorite kind of big um, change. It's kind of like the the biggest influencing shade that it can do, especially with the metals. I'm like focusing a lot on the metals and the leathers and stuff. We still gotta do clothing, you know. I'm trying to be very careful not to overflow, even more so this time because the Agraxer shade, if it overflows, you'll get very coffee because it is kind of like the color of coffee. Um, but I feel like it's because it's so punchy, you will get like you have a bigger chance of making a mistake in the Agraxer shade uh, stage of it. So really, what it is again like just go light. Just don't overdo it. Wait for things to dry. Let's see. Is this guy? This guy might be ready to put aside. Yeah. So here, I'll. Oh, sorry. Was I doing this one like this? Camera was. Come on, buddy. Let's see. There we go. So everything's starting to look a lot less flat, even next to the pants and the shirt and the boots that are very flat. But like things are starting to show quite a bit of vibrancy. I'm excited. Let's get a little bit of Agraxer shade in there. Yeah, and the red is looking a little bit interesting. You got like a nice like shading around the bolts there. This guy still has to dry in a lot of things, but even that loincloth, like our steps finally made like that's not a flat red color loincloth anymore. That's got some depth and shading to it now, and that's we're on track. So let's keep it going. We got a bunch to do. I'm gonna be focusing on more like underside details instead of like the highlights because they don't really need to. Some spots need a little bit more than others actually. Yeah, that's good. So I'm definitely trying to keep like on the lower side of things, undersides. I won't be like doing this like over the top of stuff. I'll go under because I am trying to pull in natural lighting, where you would expect, shadows to be. All right. So I'm just focusing on those little angle grinded metallic pieces. I'm gonna hit the wraps. I haven't hit the wraps with that Reichland Flesh Shade because I didn't want them to look too ruddy. But I'm actually hoping the Agrax Earth Shade actually desaturates them a little bit. because I still want them to be more on like this like gray side. And when I build up the midtones and stuff again, we can pull those grays again. But honestly, having kind of like a little bit of this brownish tinged like canvas or kind of like cloth wrapping isn't a bad direction to go either. I kind of like them being a little bit more on the brown side. Just because, like, again, with our armor choices, we have a very just like gray toned um, color palette when it comes to their armor. It's a very boring armor color. I mean, it's not boring, but it's not a vibrant armor color. I don't know. I how do I say it without sounding like I'm like bashing my own miniature? Because it's not. It's just the faction that they are. It's just a very black, gray, white, red. It's not an interesting color palette. Not saying it's not looking good. It's just not a you know they're not like the bad moons or the evil suns, or is it evil suns and bad moons? I think it's evil suns and bad moons. Um, they're a lot more vibrant. Okay, I'm only focusing like on the bolts and the edges for this Agrax Earthshade. I might have to go in and do another pass by, but that's okay. That's okay. It's kind of like the theme of today, right? It's just another pass by, another pass by. But this is actually like, even though there's a little bit of knowledge and know how that goes into this is probably like one of the easiest steps. Have a good one, Gunstar. I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, this is definitely. You don't have to be super accurate. You want to be a little accurate, but you can have a little bit of it. It's definitely more forgiving. Oh yeah, that belt. That belt's actually in the back. Let's see if I can get this without the shine. Come on. That belt's starting to look a lot more interesting. Cool. All right. Who is this Master of Puppets? I'm not a huge Metallica fan, but like we just watched all through Stranger Things, and that was the most hardcore scene. I don't care if you didn't like Eddie or not, or that rock and roll scene in the Upside Down hits so hard. And it was fitting for the, like the 80s, At the time, Metallica was like still very revolutionary and heavy for, again, that time. When I say I'm into like heavy metal and people are like, "Oh, you mean like Metallica?" I'm like, heavier. Heavy. Oh, actually, this Agrax Earthshade is really pushing the yellow. You can kind of see where it's like brighter in the middle and gets like. Well, yeah, you're supposed to hate Eddie at first. He kind of seems like this kind of like a loser in at first, but then you realize he's just, I don't know. It's not like Eddie is a saint or anything, but like he definitely didn't deserve to be pulled into this situation and like blamed for, what happened. I have to be careful because I also don't want to like spoil for people who have not seen, but I feel like it's been quite a few years now, so. And people are in a very love hate relationship with Stranger Things at the moment. There's very split opinions about like the last few and the last season. I personally loved the last season and like the last few seasons, like season 4 and 5. Well, I didn't think 5 was exactly the strongest season. I thought season 4 was the strongest season, and there's people who disagree with me. Um, but you know me with hot take opinions. I season 4 was my favorite. And a lot of people are like, no, the first season was the best and nothing can compare to it. And I'm like, yeah, season 1 was great. And usually, always the beginnings of a show, franchise, and stuff are always pretty strong. Um, and for the founding of a story, the first season was really good. It just, out of all the seasons, it wasn't my favorite. It was probably my second favorite. It probably was my second favorite, but I loved season 4 so much. Oh my god, this guy's got a lot of Agrax Earthshade situations going on. I didn't actually expect this. Oh. I'm actually. This is. I'm also not breathing well, so I'm also feeling that, but this is enduring. Says is making me is testing my painting endurance a lot. And we're just on the second model for the Agrax Earthshade, so fuck me. Mm. under the chin. So, yeah, let's see how this guy's. Yeah, you got some. We're getting some nice vibrancy in here. You know, definitely much more interesting metal colors. I'm really happy with how the wire is finally kind of coming out. When I get the diagonal black stripes on it, that'll look really nice. It's getting there though. We're getting there. Trying to push the shades on the bottom, especially under those missiles, because that's an eye drawing point. People want to see those missiles. All right, next. All right. Yeah, I definitely want to push those casings. I like those casings. I like, even though it's like not very practical. I like exposed casing on the magazines, or like, yeah. I don't know. It's a very Warhammer vibe. You wouldn't want to do that in real life, though. Usually, you would have like a plastic window. Like, it's good to see like ammo consumption, but like you wouldn't want it actually exposed. You would want like a plastic like window or something, so dust and grime and dirt didn't get in there. But orcs, I feel like, don't really care about that. They're definitely like people who would use like AKs and stuff, where it's like kind of like old technology, simple technology that, was able to be robust and take that kind of stuff. But also, like, there's an argument of like, I mean, orcs kind of have faulty equipment too. They aren't known for having reliable equipment. I guess arguably, because they do fight space marines and stuff, which is impressive for an orc. I'm trying to get. Ooh, that might not have gone well. I kind of got a little bit on the clothes, which honestly it'll be all right, because when we build up the mid-tones again, a lot of it's gonna get covered up. So come on. My camera is not being a brother's keeper right now. Probably gonna do terrible in the post stream views, because like my camera is just horrible and no one's gonna want to sit through this. This is a good orc though. He's kind of like your. I feel like he's your more typical, like, run of the mill looking orc. There's a couple of them in here that I have, but yeah. I love the 9th edition looking orc patrol and like the orc war boys. I think they're. I was talking to my friend Jace, and I was saying I definitely think like they're kind of peak orc design. They get away a little bit from that sway back look that I never liked the sway back looking orcs with their bean shaped bodies. Like getting away from that I think is good. Um, I just feel like they're a little bit more intimidating now. Intimidating. Did I say intimidating or did I word garble that too? Um, but yeah, like I have a lot of the old orcs. The only like I have some of the oldest plastic orcs. I don't have any of the really old. Oh my god, camera. All right, excuse me. I'm retiring my light being it showing through my light. So I'm gonna try to adjust this a little bit. I'm getting a little tired of fighting my light. I think that's what the issue is. It's not cooperating with my magnifying glass. So, which is unfortunate because now my light doesn't want to be even. Is that going to work any better? Oh my god. Camera's not working at all now. There we go. And I totally lost my place, so what was I doing? Yeah, I'm sorry I'm struggling so much with my camera today. It is not doing me a good job today. I think I've spent literally like 75% of this stream with it like blurry. Anyone wanna fund me for like an $8,000 what is it, an SLDR? Because this is trash. Alright. Let's get in here. Oh, I was also working on these guys too. Sorry, now I'm being quiet because like I'm so mad at my camera. I am so mad at my camera. Alright. 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 Let's get these darkened up. Shades also really help like separate a lot of like armor panels that might look like they're blending together, which is always sweet. So let's see. I think I got this guy up to snuff. I kind of gotta wait and go over him again. Oh, I have to get that bolt. Even that little bolt needs like a little bit of a hue shift. So one thing is if I can get this to zoom in on the spikes on the back of his like neck. No? God, what technological god did I piss off today? Did I not make the right offerings or sacrifices or did I not kick the right child down the stairs today or something? I don't know. Come on. I really don't want to get like rage mad on stream, but it's really getting all right. So that's good enough. So those spikes on the back of his nape or his neck or something like have a really good gradient shade now from like kind of like a lighter tip and down to like the base of them. Like you can really even on camera you can get like a nice sense of that like lighter to grungier and darker. So I really like how those came out. Um, let's see if I can survive getting through these next three in the Agrax Earthshade step. Thanks for also sticking with me so far while I'm having all this camera issues. That it like, why won't you zoom in or like focus? I've had classes that did this too, where like it'll be working one day and then you can see it trying to focus and then it just like doesn't. There we go. Stupid technology. I hate that I can't like manually focus this too and like kind of keep it there. Though, I do have a way to kind of do it, but like it I wish I could do it on the spot. It would end up to do it would take up my like I wouldn't be able to stream it. It like utilizes like using my camera away from anything else I'm doing, if that makes sense. It's basically with my my Windows camera thing, you can manually set it. I might have to find the sweet spot and not have it do any adjustments and just do that. I mean, my background is my craft area. I can't just like cover up my craft area. Like I get it, yeah, and usually I take a I take that, but like in order to me to function in my craft area, I can't just have like this black screen in front of everything I'm doing. I mean, technically what you're saying is correct. That's how you would get to focus. I just can't do that in my setup, you know. So it's like, yeah, definitely not no. It's I just yeah, can't with my current. We'll just deal with it for today. Today it's just gonna be temperamental. Tomorrow it might be fine. Well, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Which also this Wednesday I'm not gonna be able to stream. I'm gonna try to get down to the city. Um, hopefully, if things work out, I have to contact my friends because I cannot navigate in the city. I have like this innate crippling fear that I have never been to able to overcome. And a lot of people think, oh well, it's crime or it's it's down a lot. And it's it's not. It's not that. Um, it's just like this. I get like suffocated and stifled over the overwhelming busyness of a like like metropolitan kind of, just there's so much going on that it just like puts me through a panic attack every time I'm down there. I won't drive down there. I've never driven in the city by myself. I refuse to. It's as irrational as any other irrational fear people have. I just, uh, one of my many quirks. Alright, let's see how this is. Oh, I gotta get at his axe too. Come on. Yeah, it definitely is like a background focusing thing where it's trying to focus. I think, actually, now that you mentioned it, it's probably trying to focus on my wet palette like an idiot. Is that. Nah. So I got a little bit on his butt there. I'm gonna have to clean up in the build up hue phase, and that's okay. But um, yeah, and I don't even think that was in the city. I think that was still kind of in our rural town. Yeah, when you visited Stray in the hospital, I think he, at that time, he was in our local town's hospital. I don't know. It was a long time ago. He was also moved around a lot. He could have. I mean, Stray could tell you the hospitals he was in at that time. All right. What else do I have to do? I mean, crazy. I don't know if they're crazy. They're strict. Um, you want to see crazy drivers, you go to Connecticut. Because Connecticut, Mississippi, and California have like statistically the worst drivers. They're the top three worst. Oh, was he? That's a little bit out of the way. Yeah, he was moved around here and there, so I don't remember where he was at any given time. Definitely in the city, they're bad. Like, that's actually where my fiance had her accident, was when she was ran over, was in the Bronx. And the Bronx is like kind of known for being the wild, wild west of New York driving. But it, unfortunately, down there, you get an amalgamation of Connecticut and New Jersey drivers. And yeah, New Jersey also sucks at driving. As much as they claim New York is worse, New Jersey sucks. Those guys are angrier drivers than even New York drivers. They literally need to take the spiky rod out of their ass when they need to drive. But it's usually because the only experience they have driving in New York is New York City, and New York City is a whole other animal when it comes to that. But it's like also it's like city shoreline to city shoreline, and their driving in their city sucks. So it's just like angry bad driving all around. Like I don't consider city driving. I consider it this chaotic fucking Russian roulette trying to get A to B, but it is not your typical driving. Your short 15 go stop, 15 go stop. I have to cut off this dude just to make it to like this job. That's not driving. It's not. It's transportation, but those people aren't taught how to drive. So there's also that conception. But all New Yorkers, even me, and it's more of a high standard of driving up in rural New York, but there is a standard for driving, and we do have a high bar for it and expectations. But it's because we're surrounded by New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut, who Connecticut's one of the top three worst, and Pennsylvania and New Jersey aren't like in the top, but they're bad. They're bad at driving. So we're surrounded by like people who just don't know what they're doing. I mean, the amount of people who in Pennsylvania who drunk drive is insane. It's the 1950s all over again. If you're not out driving with a road soda, what are you doing in Pennsylvania? And I'm just like, okay, I'll keep that in mind when I see a cross on the side of the road every 15 feet. If you ever driven in like a highway in Pennsylvania, like every 15 feet, there's just like a memorial. And it's just like, Darwinism. Sorry, but when you guys gonna learn? Like, don't drink and drive. You were told that your entire life. I just, I'm sorry for all the people that have been stuck in a tragedy, but like, I mean, insanity is literally like doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Honestly, like, for all the laws and regulations on like substances and stuff, like the fact that alcohol is still like as legal as it is and not as regulated, I'm kind of baffled because like I think alcohol is worse than most narcotics out there, like straight up. You know, there's way more of an alcohol problem than there is literally any other drug issue. So, but they're not going to go after it because it keeps us docile and tame and gives us an easy way to deal with our lives while also completely hindering our creative and critical thinking and just I'm not a fan of alcohol. I think it's literally the worst thing that ever happened to humankind. And that's all I gotta say about that. Let's see. Oh, I didn't lose too many viewers going into that rant, so that's good. Oh, I mean, I know it's bad in New Mexico. You guys don't have the worst driving, but you do have like one of the top hit and run records in the country. I know a lot about vehicle statistics around the country. I call it my little another one of my little autism things, but it's like I've looked up, and for some reason that was one of my interests, is like vehicle alcohol drug statistics, and like especially when it comes to driving. Like I the big factor of like tractor trailer drivers, and like the meth problem that was going on with that, because they're not getting enough sleep, and to the point where like it's like all that stuff I was always just like really kind of fascinated and interested in looking into. Um, because I'm not a New Yorker who's like, oh yeah, everyone's bad at driving. I'm like, why is this a known thing? Why are New Yorkers known as being angry drivers, and like why is that a thing? So I dissect that like to a psychological level. I get interested in knowing. And so that's where I find a lot of like the statistics and stuff like that. And granted, I might be a little dated, because like the last time I was checking into that stuff was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. But I don't know, not much has changed in 4 or 5 years, I feel. Yeah. Well, it's getting that way. That mentality of not having insurance is starting to bleed everywhere, because I mean, in honesty, like insurance is getting ridiculous. Coverage is getting ridiculous. I mean, I remember when I was, you know, my insurance for my Subaru was like $60 a month, and now it's like double that. Like insurance has doubled. And for what? It like insurances have not been pulling their weight helping people, I don't think, nearly as much as they should. And yet it's like we have to jump hoops to have insurances. It to me, it's a scam. I think I think it's all a scam. I'm off camera because I switched. Come on. I'm gonna have to paint like this, which is not the most comfortable, but yeah. But it's like another one of those scams. It's like you have to pay this because it's illegal not to pay for it. It's like, wow, there's a lot of things like that in America that's like it's illegal not to pay, like that situation. But it's not illegal for those things that you're paying an exorbitant amount of money to not work for you. That's like the flip side, right? You know, illegal not to pay for, but not illegal that for on their case of, you know, they don't have to work for you, even though you, I don't know. Here's another hot take for you. You know, Ugh, I'm really not breathing well. I'm like so tense because I'm so angry at my camera right now. I'm so angry at it. It is not doing good today. Ooh. All right. What else do I need to do on this guy? I feel like I've covered a lot of it. think Jesus Christ. Speaking of bad drivers. I gotta coat this skull. I don't know if that came through on the mic, that dude who was revving his whatever he had. I don't even know what it was. I'm not my friend Tom, who can identify what car they was by the rev of an engine outside of his house. Let's see. Wow, I'm getting low on Agrax. That'll be this month's expense, along with getting some paintbrush conditioner. Here, I gotta push my chair in. That'll help me keep more in view of the camera. I do love how these are coming out. It's just I'm struggling a bit today with the camera, and it's frustrating because I've been looking forward to this for weeks, and I was not expecting, out of all problems I was gonna have, it was gonna be technological, I guess. Shoulda guessed. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Right? Story of my life. I'm gonna put this guy right there. And now you're just refusing it completely. But how are you guys liking how the metallics are coming out? Looks... You guys thinking that's cool changes? They look pretty nice. I'm definitely glad I did the satin varnishes though, because this stuff would have been staining all over the place if I kept them the matte. Yeah, I love this phase. Hello. Hi, welcome to my entire stream where I've been fighting my camera not cooperating in my favorite moment of miniature painting. How you doing, Leos? Yeah, today's been a little bit of a frustrating day. My camera keeps blurring out. Like I said, I was explaining that I've had days like this when I was teaching classes where like the camera just did not want to cooperate. But that won't change until I get thousands of dollars to invest into a good DSLR. Or is it DSLR or is it DLRS? I don't even know. I think it's a DSLR, which is a type of camera, for those who didn't know. It's like how all the big time dudes use it. They don't use webcams or anything. They use it's definitely not like studio equipment cameras, but they're very, very nice, like personal, like photo and cam recorder, like digital cameras. Also, I'm like really worried this guy's just gonna fall off his base too. He's like just a soft breeze away from falling and knocking into my shades and spilling and making a meme worthy moment of, oh, I spilt the Nolan oil kind of situation. Except I have spilt my Agrax Earthshade. That's the only shade I actually did spill one time. And that's actually, to me, more tragic because I don't rely on Nolan oil. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who are into the new WoW expansion that came out. I'm looking forward to the new. I'm cautiously optimistic about the new Dawn of War game, kind of going back to its classic RTS style of gaming. They went in a very like MOBA direction as the franchise went out on, which was, I think they were trying to adhere to the MOBA crowd. Like they started RTS and was like, oh, MOBA's being more popular, let's go that way, and it was just trash. Um, and it seems like in the trailers of the new Dawn of War game that they're gonna go back to their origins of doing like these kind of classic epic scale RTSs. Ooh, come on, zoom in, focus. Camera, if I have to focus, you have to focus, okay? That's the rule. That's the rules. Oh, I almost spilled my Nolan oil just there. Not Nolan oil. Ugh, Agrax Earthshade. Yeah, it it's not happy with me today. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did or didn't do. I did all my morning routines. I did all my technological rituals, and it just mad. It just big mad. It big mad today. I don't know. We'll just try to get through it. I'll take the hit of it not being a popular video, even though I was so looking forward to this. It probably, I don't. I actually, I have no idea what's gonna determine like, because I'll finish stream. I'll step away from my computer a while, and then like I come back to my channel, and all of a sudden my video has like 120 views for some reason, post stream views. I'm like, what in the holy hell is making people check out my stream after um But and I don't know what determines it, because like sometimes my games do great, sometimes my games don't do great, sometimes my painting miniatures do amazing, sometimes they don't do amazing, sometimes my drawings do amazing, sometimes they don't. And it's like I could not tell you the reasons why. um yeah, it's, again, I think determines to the technological algorithm gods, our our robotic overlords that are taken in place. And today, my robotic overlords, probably because of all my dissing of the clankers, are probably not pleased with me. But that's okay. Yeah, see, it's not happy. Not happy. I love how this. You see how like nice and vibrant that skull's coming out, though. I do love how a skull looks after it's treated. This is a spot where like I want to do a heavy coat of this Agrax, but like again, it's like what I said before, is you gotta be very careful not to soup it on and then it gets like this weird coffee staining. So like this is what we got for the skull. Looks like it was a previous orc rival and he took the skull of, because that's orky. Yeah, I have to switch from Streamlabs to OBS. Um, I'm like, I didn't feel the restrictions at first, but like there's stuff I want to like branch out to, and it's like already it's I'm seeing that it's like, oh, they want to paywall it, where OBS does like that kind of stuff for free. And Streamlabs kind of like sucks you in at first, thinking, oh, this is an easy way to stream, which it's barely easier to like set up for streaming. But they get kind of predatory, being like, oh, you want to do all this other thing that these other programs do, you're gonna have to pay. And I'm not about that. It's like, dude, I'm trying to make money and you're trying to just like suck it up like a leech. Like, come on, let me make money for once in my friggin' life. Ugh. I don't know how people do it. Yeah. Yeah, when I started doing this with Streamlabs, everyone's like, "Oh, why are you using Streamlabs?" I'm like, "Whoa, can you tell me why?" And then like, no one would tell me why. So like, I'm not a person who can just be told something and go along with it. I'm a very uh, I need to be explained why. I need to see why. I need to see the issues firsthand. I can't just be told and be like, "Uh-huh, that's why I did horrible in school." If you haven't put that together, that's why. Like, as I couldn't just oh, teacher tells me this, and that's just how it is. And I go, why? And it's like, well, I'm not paid enough for that, so you can just fail. And I'm like, okay. Calling you out, teachers. Early 2000s, 90s, 2000s teacher community. Calling you all out. I became an instructor so I could show you guys you kind of sucked. But I'm not bitter. I am bitter about this fucking camera. Jesus. Come on. But yeah, that's something I have to do. Now like I have the unfortunate thing is Streamlabs kind of integrated itself into my OBS, and I don't know if I just delete Streamlabs if it'll go away or if I have to like restart and lose all my progress. And so like I have to give myself a good buffer, like a good couple days to make sure that like I can redo my overlays, because it took me kind of an embarrassing amount of time to figure out how to do my overlays. Um, and I know how to do it better now than obviously, but like I still just don't want to go through all that again. All right, what do I need? What do I need? Did I do everything for this guy? I might have done everything for this guy. I may have done everything I can for this orc. Oh, all right. Oh, did I want to do Agrax Earthshade on him? I don't think I wanted to do Agrax Earthshade. But we are actually nearing like 20 minutes nearing end. So let's just go over everything real quick. I might be able to start the next shades. I really don't know if I'm going to even do any Agrax Earthshade. Not. I can do this. I may not do any null oil like I normally kind of don't. I really stay away from it. But let's at least look these guys over, because like I need to figure this out. And there's so much black on these guys, like I almost don't want to. Okay, there's a couple of I remember there's a couple of these talons I need to go back and do shades, so we'll do that before stream ends. Now, did you buy a overlay template and put it in manually, or are you like paying a monthly subscription for like to have an overlay? Because I'm also against that. Like I won't do that. I have my template on my computer and manually put it in. Yeah, I'm all about that. Like f that. Like why pay for, especially because it's not just like I paid for the well, my fiance paid for the template, but I'm not paying a monthly subscription. I'm very, 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 very against monthly subscriptions for every aspect of your life. Like, why? And cars are now doing that too. You want powered windows and heated seating, monthly subscription. Like, why? That's so ridiculous. Why give something that's been like for free for the cost of the car, and then oops, all of a sudden you have to pay monthly for it? Insane. That's such a regression of like just consumerism. Let's get this. So I'm not seeing anywhere where I may want null. Actually, I am seeing a few spots where I may want null oil. I mean, we are gonna have to use null oil around all our armor pieces and stuff, and like a lot of our clothing elements, we're gonna need Nuln Oil, unfortunately. Um, I hate that these guys are so shiny from the varnish. But I guess maybe we'll start doing that. We got 15 minutes. Oh, I got I got a text. I gotta make sure that it's okay. Oh, why did it say I got multiple? Oh, okay, that was a while ago. I'm horrible. All right, let's start to get some Nuln Oil elements. I didn't get to do all the clothing elements that I really wanted to do. Might be able to do some, but we're gonna get we're gonna get some of this figured out. Oh wow, Nuln Oil is a lot more watered. I should actually, you know what I should do instead of a Nuln Oil? Mmm, black speed paint. That's what I should actually do. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save that black speed paint for the cleanup phase. Hell yeah, I think that's the way to do it. I think that's the way to do it. That's thinking with my noggin. What I would like to see if I can reactivate that little brown spot I put on the pants. I don't know if I'll be able to, because I really screwed up on that. If I did this when I first saw it, that would have been better. That would have been smart, but I didn't do that. Oh, it is coming off though. Oh, uh-oh. I forgot this varnish was water activated, so I'm actually taking off varnish. Crap. Okay. Um, I'll fix that later. Um, I think this might actually be a good point to actually take a break. You know what? I've had a day with this. You guys have been kind of seeing my frustrations with my camera and stuff. Um, I don't think it's bad to call it a little early, right? Because we're nearing 6 o'clock anyway. Oh, oh. Well, it was good that you hopped in. Glad you got to catch a bit of the end of the stream, and we'll talk later. But yeah, so I'm still very excited about these orcs. Sorry guys that I'm having a little camera trouble. Um, but I think we got really far, right? We still got pretty far. Squig is still kind of very neglected, but the squig is my squig. I dare say is like 92% done. Um, there's not much left I have to do. A little bit of highlighting and the eyes. Yeah, that's really all that's left. Ooh, oh, I'm glad that was closed. I would have had a Nuln Oil spill. My Agraxos shade is not always closed. Let me just double check everything's closed. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, I'm still really happy on how these guys are looking. I hope like this was interesting to see the vibrancy, especially in the metals. I love doing all the shades in the metals and stuff. I feel like that really just makes them pop. So really the only thing that's flat about these dudes is some of the clothes elements. Um, I'm really excited. I'm really happy on how these guys are coming out. They're almost done. They're so close to being done. Like I could table these guys and like people would still be like, meow. But they're not up they're not to that point yet. So hopefully next week we'll do a little bit of I have to still work on the boss, and he won't be hard to shade. He probably within the first hour of streaming, I'll probably get him up to snuff. I'm gonna fix his wires off camera and do the rest of his base, like that one skull on his base. I'll do. Um, the loincloths are coming out good. That the loincloths I feel are the hardest. Like capes and loincloths do not do well with shades. Same thing with like the speed paints and contrast paints. Um, they do not cooperate. You have to have a very smooth application, and it's a lot of like keeping it light and pulling and just layering. So the bigger the cloth and flat space, the more you want to like take your time and pull. Um, but like even like the red elements, like those armor pieces and stuff, we're getting a lot of vibrancy and shading. Um, I'm very happy with how it's coming out. The leather is probably the least responsive to what we did, but it is different. It is like if we look at our war boss who's like, so that's what the leather looked like, and having, you know, that's the difference. It's the same color and you do get a little bit of shading, but it wasn't as punchy as I was hoping for. But when we go back and do highlights and values and we get like a nice buckskin, almost like thin little highlights on all the edges, they will pop. It's what I went through with my Knolls and all that stuff. But I feel like browns and leathers are just kind of like a boring, like mid-tone color anyway. But these guys with the metal now, they're definitely looking scrappy and post-apocalyptic, and they have like that tinge to them. They're feeling the part. Just the glossiness is really throwing me off, but hopefully they won't be glossy for long. Hopefully they won't be glossy for long. I love how all their tusks and their mouth. Let's get a close up on their faces though, because I really do love how each one of these guys, their tusks, faces, their eyes. I have to finish that tear duct, but that'll be. I could have actually done that this this session, but I did forget. I was mostly focusing on the task at hand, doing the mostly the metallics and leathers, and not disappointed. Oh, I already showed him off plenty. Um, this guy with his wire, that wire was very important to kind of show like this kind of, it almost looks like an extension cord. You know how like dingy extension cords can get, those yellow extension cords? That's what it feels like, and that's kind of like what I wanted, is like something that's looked like it's been like on a construction site. I do kind of have to smoothen that out now that I'm like seeing it on camera, which that'll be okay. That'll be something I'll fix along with my war mat. Like I can smooth that out. I have to do a couple of those talons too, so I'll do a little bit more off screen. That's like more inconsequential stuff like that. Um, but I hope you guys enjoyed so far seeing these orcs evolve even more and more. We will probably do a little bit more shading next week because I still gotta throw on shades, but probably next week we are going to be starting the build up midtones and highlight phases, because there's not a lot of midtones that I do have to punch um, back up, but it is a thing. And then like there's details, like I have to do all the checker patterns and the like decal elements. I love how that skull came out. That skull is like is near like heavy metal painters eat your heart out kind of like level. Even if it's like the only thing that came out at that level, I think that skull came out great. Very little effort to do that too. Um, I love his loincloth, and his belt is coming out really nice. The belt buckle. I'm yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with these guys. And then of course we can't forget about our little squig, our most useless little point filler. He really is. He's just a useless point filler. But it's cool to have one amongst my starting warband. Um, it's very weird. I only used one brush today, so that'll make cleaning easier. Let's go into intermission. But yeah. Mm. Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully that was educational enough and entertaining enough. And I'll figure out my camera situation. I now you can actually see my camera's like under it. It really didn't play a factor. So knowing that it wasn't, man, I'm glad my crafting stream isn't up right now, because that would have been weird. But yeah, I'll have to figure out some sort of thing, or it could have just been temperamental too. My If it's one thing my friends have always known about technology in me, temperamental. It's Ghost in the Machine. Like, I have the weirdest um luck and relationship when it comes to technology, computers, cars, cameras, everything. It's just like, it definitely feels like a lot of the times it's like I'm the only person having these issues a lot, but today was just a weird camera day. Thank you so much for keeping up with it and sticking around for most of the stream. Some of you guys are awesome. This is definitely a milestone for my orcs. We're at the precipice, guys. We're a good like 85-90% done with my warband. Freaking cool. And then we'll get some terrain built, so they have like, some background. I'll take some pictures, and hopefully by then I'll have my Patreon, and I'll post some really like nice high quality pics and stuff. But yeah, so yeah, don't expect me on Wednesday. I'm trying to get down to the city. I have to talk to one of my former students, because he invited me out to see a band that I got him into a while back, and it's like one of our favorite bands. I've never seen them in concert. I don't go to concerts very often, but yeah, Wednesday stream is canceled, and on Friday I will get back into 7 Days to Die. So that's been going really good. People have been really enjoying that. Hope you guys enjoy me doing a little bit of video gaming, because it was kind of like not expected to do it. Like a third of my stream is now video games, and I wasn't even expecting to make a third of it games, but they're popular. I didn't think that people would be interested in watching me game, but it is what it is. Yeah. Well, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and I will be sure. I'm glad I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. I was feeling really lethargic and sick, but I'm feeling pretty good. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the day. Those who are around my area, it's a beautiful day to go out and get some fresh air finally, not be so freezing cold. And I'll see you guys later.